What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it. And it comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Gibraltar led 2-0, but they've been pegged back level 2-2.
Beautifully taken, 105 ton plus checkout for Sebastian Steyer.
But has McKee got the secret? Yes, he has.
Turn the dart now, tops. Really did recover very well.
Blade. Magnifique! Nico Foulier. The double 8 for 136 in the previous leg, but he's going to pin the 118 there. Good afternoon, welcome along to the final afternoon's worth of action here at International Pairs Week at the Modus Super Series. Once we're done later on this evening, just 2 more sessions at the night will determine who the premier pairing will be here at the live lounge reports. It's been a fantastic week so far, and we're going to see it through in the company of Laura Turner. She was joining us yesterday for the action. She's going to join us again for the remainder of the week. And first and foremost, this has been a great addition to the Super Series calendar, hasn't it, this International Pairs?
Yeah, and it's brought like this different feel to it, because obviously everyone's competitive, they're representing their country, but also there's been this element of kind of fun, and we've seen some real personalities come out on the stage, but key thing, we've seen some great darting action as well.
Well, Group B got underway last night, and it was the Republic of Ireland pairing of Shane McGurk and John O'Shea that topped the pile. And one thing we knew we were going to get from this pair was a lot of fire in the belly, a lot of passion, but we also saw some decent art, doing what they had to do, really.
Yeah, they did more than enough, and obviously they deserve their place at the top of the table. And I will say, as the evening progressed, the teams, they were getting louder and louder as it kind of got to the business end of the evening, but you did see that fire and that passion, especially from John O'Shea. He was giving it a good roar, as they were accumulating the points.
Well, this is how the table looks. The Republic of Ireland lead the way on 6 points. 3 other teams on 4 points. The Netherlands, Germany and Wales. Is it fair to say Germany were the surprise packages last night? Especially
how they started. I think everyone thought Wales, after the performance that they had in Group A, narrowly missing out on going automatically through to the finals. I think everyone kind of had their eyes on Wales. But yeah, they were beaten 4-1 in that opening match by Germany. Germany then won their second. Just trailed off towards the end, to be fair. But yeah, definitely a positive start for them.
Well, that's Group B, and that's going to come to a crescendo tonight, 10 o'clock here on Pluto TV. But this afternoon, we're going to see the end of Group C. England lead the way following the first day's worth of action, 8 points to their name. And I suppose that, again, a little bit like the Republic of Ireland, they played some good stuff in patches, but when push came to shove, they managed to find the right stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's what we've come to expect from a pairing like Mervyn King and Steve West. They just took their chances when they had them. They were pushed as well, so it wasn't always an easy ride for England, and they were looking that they were going to go through the card, but just narrowly got beaten in their very final match. But yeah, they're more than happy walking away. Obviously, they're in pole position, top of the table with 8 points.
In terms of Northern Ireland, 6 points. They probably would have been happy with that total at the beginning of the day, but the fact they won their first 3 and lost their last 2, well, they feel like they may have left a few points out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think out of all the teams, yeah, I understand going in with 6 points puts you in a great position, but knowing the likes of Neil Duffy wants to win absolutely everything that's put in front of him. So yeah, he would have been disappointed not to have, picked up a couple more in those last 2 games.
Well, let's have a look at the table then going into the final day's worth of play, because everybody is in play. You have the pairing of England and Northern Ireland in those top 2 spots. But what a day for Gibraltar yesterday. Couple of wins to their name, and potentially they could have had more. They took Northern Ireland all the way to a last leg decider, and Belgium played very well to beat them too.
much improved from them. Obviously, they were disappointed, didn't pick up any points, didn't pick up a win in Group A, but yeah, they drew a line under it and they bounced back really well. And we saw some really good stuff from the pair. I'm pleased for them, and they're absolutely in high spirits at the moment, and so they should be, because even some of the results that that didn't go their way, they were still marked improvements of what we saw in Group A. So yeah, really pleased for them.
Well, Gibraltar are incredibly third in the group, but in terms of the betting, they're absolutely nowhere to be seen. They're 28-1 with the bookmakers. I have never seen a group which has been pitched like that. England 4-9 favourites, Northern Ireland 5-2, France 12-1. Belgium, despite being bottom, are ahead of the third place team in the betting. But as we know, this has been a week for outsiders, hasn't it? It is 18+. It is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this week. Right, let's get into the action then. Our first game is a meeting between France and Gibraltar. And for the pairing of Craig Galliano and Justin Hewitt, this is their 5th day worth of action. We saw Craig previously here at the Super Series last year, but for Justin, the first time on this stage. Group A, well, it was a mixed bag. There was a decent day in there, but a couple of disappointments. But yesterday, they bounced back and bounced back well. They're looking to do it not just for themselves, but for a nation which is most certainly thriving at the darting scene at this present moment in time. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with the pair to talk about their journey, their week, and what they hope the future looks like for Gib Darts. Great. Justin, day 5 for yourselves here this week. First of all, how much have you enjoyed the experience so far?
Yeah, it's been a good week. It's been a tough week as well. But yeah, overall, I think it's been a week of learning, and yeah, one more day, hopefully we can push through.
In terms of this week so far, is it fair to say it's kind of been a story of two halves? Group A didn't quite go to plan, but yesterday things really did click into place.
Yeah, definitely. Group A was a really tough group, like Craig said. So we had a really tough time trying to get into the environment and that. But yesterday we showed ourselves and we showed everyone that we can play, how we can really play. So just really happy that we've been able to show how we can play.
What do you think the biggest difference was yesterday?
I told Justin in the morning, like just be more like us, a bit more aggressive when we're playing. Well, like he said, it took us time to get into the environment. Obviously, there's big names here, so I just said just be ourselves and just give it our best shot. And I think yesterday went pretty decent. We could have maybe got a bit more points, but it is what it is. And today's a new day, and we'll just give it all. If it's enough, it is. If it's not, but we'd be
third in the group overnight. How big would this be if you're able to get in the top two? What would the action be like back at home?
The action back home would be crazy because we don't really compete too much professional darts, or we don't really have too much things back home, you know what I mean? So when we do get the chance to come out and represent our country, we try to do our best so we make our country proud of us, and I think we do, and I think we will this time as well.
Obviously, you played in the Super Season in the normal format. How important is it for lads like yourself to have this experience, and for players from places like Gibraltar to have the chance to play on stages like this?
Yeah, it's massive. Like I said to you and I said to Justin, I think Modus is getting bigger and bigger, and it's probably one of the best things you could do, play on this stage. It's really special, to be fair. So yeah, I got the chance last time. This time me and Justin got the chance. So hopefully next time he can come, or I can come again, or whoever else from Gibraltar is good enough to get the chance here to play at Modus.
Just finally, Justin, what's the key behind the dynamic between you pair? Because you look like you're a well-oiled machine.
The key is that we've been together since we've been 4 years old. We've been in the same school since we've been 4 years old, so we've been best friends since 4 years old. So I don't feel you can get any better than that when it comes to playing a doubles game.
I wish you all the very best today. Lads, good luck.
Thank you, Henry.
And synchronised thanking as well from the pair. Well, these two, I suppose, classmates, teammates, and I think they're brothers for life, Craig Galliano and Justin Hewitt. And they're up against another of the tightly knitted teams in this international pairs in France. But for Nico Tullier and Jacques Club, didn't quite go to plan towards the end of the session. Craig Galliano, the 23, or they're both age 23, the Gibraltarian players. This is Nico Tullier, who is playing for the first time here. The 38-year-old playing with his own signature dart. Justin Hewitt now approaching the oche, also 23 years of age, making his debut here. Has played at the World Cup on a number of occasions. Both have played on the European Tour stage. As for Jacques Clark, but second time here. We saw him towards the back end of 2022 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And then he would subsequently go on to get his tour card for the 2023-24 seasons. Each of the remaining players will throw 3 final practice darts before they get the action underway on this Friday afternoon, We've got 25 live games for you on Pluto TV, and they're all going to be officiated by that man in your picture, the stern-looking Jack Garwood, world-level official from Nottingham in England. And there's Jacques Glaber, the 42-year-old from Montreal. Not Montreal, Montreal. His second appearance on the Super Series stage. Well, it's France against Gibraltar to get us underway on this Friday afternoon. We kick off the Group C session today as we finished it yesterday. And for Gibraltar, it was a 4-1 victory against France. In fact, they bookended their day with 4-1 victories. They beat Poland by that score at the beginning of the session yesterday. And I suppose there's perhaps a little bit of an irony, Laura Turner, that they picked up 4 points, which is probably a fair reflection, but their better performances actually didn't see them get the results.
Yeah, and that's sometimes the way, isn't it? It's taken advantage of when you do have a game that perhaps isn't up to the standard that you can play to. It's taken the advantage and the opportunities when they presented. Gibraltar wasn't able to do that in Group A, but here in Group C,
59.
that is what they've managed to do, and that's why they've got a couple of wins under their belt.
Well, the biggest difference yesterday was the finishing for Gibraltar. 42% between the pair of Galliano and Hewitt. To put 43. That in comparison, their Group A stats, they're around 17% all told. Scoring hasn't really deviated too much to the mean they've been at all week. But when they've been presented with chances, they've been more able to take it out in this group than in comparison to the first 3 days' worth of play.
60.
Yeah, and it was interesting to actually hear them talk, and they've obviously got this kind of this bond, away from darts and away from the hockey, but it just 46. Being themselves up there, and I think that's all you can ask from people. And it seems to have kind of just awoken something in them in this Group C campaign.
100.
You just get the sense that the pair of them are on a very special journey.
60.
As I say, they're in the same school, the same classes as one another. They're now playing on the biggest international stage. Not just are they representing their country, but just think about some of the memories that they would have made playing alongside one another. From being in the same class to then playing world-class opposition in a sport. I can hardly imagine 96. What kind of experience that is like the pair of sharing.
88.
France with the first opportunity, and it's cleanly taken there by Toulier.
Second leg, it's Gibraltar to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you mentioned the accolades of Jacques Glaber, obviously picking up that tour card, and for me, from what we saw yesterday, it was actually kind of the lesser experienced Toulier that really did kind of raise his
100.
Kind of raise the game, and he started off how he finished yesterday.
It's almost felt like Nico's taken that tag of team captain, where for the Gibraltar duo, it's felt like at times one has just helped the other, and then vice versa. It's been teamwork of the finest extremes. But it's also worth noting that it's felt like so far France are just beginning to find a little bit of a step up compared to some of the performances they put in at times yesterday.
$49.
And I think a bit like yesterday, how these pairs start the group is going to perhaps define how they get on throughout the day. You saw that positive start from Galliano and Hewitt yesterday, and they built on it. And I know they didn't win the couple of games where they had their better performances, but picked up a couple of points, picked up 4 points.
126.
And just seem more at home on the hockey.
Bullseye. Now, Gibraltar had 3 ton plus checkouts yesterday, 95. But they're not going to find one there.
France require 152.
Toulier looking at the 152. He's looking at double 16.
120.
And Craig Galliano in the background there was expecting 31. That to go, but he's going to come back here looking at 31 to level the scores up for Gibraltar. He's missed a big number. Well, he's made a mess of it. He's made a right mess of it, and a golden opportunity for the Gibraltarian duo to get back on terms has been squandered. And Jacques Glaber has been given a free hit here at this 32 15. To get the break.
France require 32. 16.
Yeah, and this is an
Gibraltar
issue that
requires
Jack
16.
Larber had yesterday as well. Just cleanly finishing off those legs was a bit difficult
Yeah,
at
shot on the
times,
second
but not
leg,
difficult
Team
there
Gibraltar.
for Justin Hewitt. Squeezes it in the top corner.
Well, that was the story of the
Third
game
leg, it's
yesterday,
France
wasn't
to
it? A
throw
plethora
first.
of missed doubles from
Game on.
both sides. France missed 9 darts at a double in this reverse fixture, whilst Gibraltar missed 11 at the outer ring. Gibraltar go on to win
45.
4-1 nonetheless, and we're back at an equal kilter at 1 apiece in this one.
58.
Jacques, as you can see,
6.
has the Eiffel Tower, the iconic symbol of Paris, on his flights. I'm sure Thibaut Tricol uses a
43.
fairly similar flight to that. Thibaut, I suppose, really the flag bearer for French darts. Former
100.
WDF World Championship finalist in 2022. Lost out in the last set decided to a man that we're going to see
108.
later on this afternoon in Neil Duff as Justin Hewitt piles in the day's first maximum to wrestle the throw off of France.
43.
Well, there's the Eiffel Tower. That's not a line you say every day.
No, absolutely not.
100.
But this international pairs, it really has kind of brought out the patriot in some of these players.
So you're bringing out the teamwork. As you can see, the
85.
French team in
Gibraltar
matching
require
outfits today.
120.
Well, Justin Hewitt found a couple of ton toppers yesterday, and he's found the
Game shot on
120
third
there.
leg.
And
Team
look what it
Gibraltar.
means to the Rock Eagle. He's pumped up. His team are pumped
Fourth
up.
leg, it's
And they
Gibraltar
find
to throw
themselves
first.
2-1 up.
Game on. '83.
And what you do get to see, I think, with the Gibraltar pair, very much confidence players. As soon as things start going right for them, it just seems to get better and better.
97.
There is a little bit of a contrasted personality. We kind of mentioned it yesterday. Justin seems to be the enthusiastic, the excitable one, the one that really
134.
likes to give it somewhere. I think this is where the partnership works because Craig's a little bit more of a laissez-faire kind of character and just kind of keeps that
22.
emotion and that enthusiasm of his partner in check.
$140.
Well, they have really improved after a slow start to the contest. And if they win this game, Gibraltar, they will move into a provisional qualifying spot.
98. Gibraltar require 144.
Courtesy of legs difference over Northern Ireland, although they, of course, still have to play in this opening round.
Yeah, he's just checking. 67 left, so treble 17 should be the target. And that's beautiful setup play there by Craig Galliano.
$60. Gibraltar
Well,
requires.
this is for a potential 13 darter if this is found first time from Justin Hewitt to open up a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the fourth
This is
leg.
useful.
Team Gibraltar.
Average of 87.37 and Gibraltar 3-1 to the good.
Fifth leg. It's France to throw first. Game on.
In terms of scoreline and kind of how the game is progressing, very similar feel to what we saw in the final game in yesterday's session. But in terms of
85.
standard, yeah, the Gibraltars really have upped it just around the 87.5 mark in terms of averages, but 3 from 4 on the outer ring. And you mentioned it earlier, Henry, that was one area that they really improved from Group A into Group C and improving once again.
I was here with Scott Mitchell on Tuesday, and it was kind of the point that we were making. In terms of scoring, they were getting themselves nearby opponents, but they were able to take the gilt-edged chance they went their way. They had a game with the Netherlands on Tuesday where
100.
they had hauled it back to 3 apiece and then just couldn't quite keep their composure at the last. Should have had a match start, but a couple of missed singles meant that they didn't get that opportunity. But it's those things they've tightened up on this week.
81.
But I also wonder as well, and I mean this without any kind of disrespect to this group, but when you come into
58.
this, particularly if you're just coming for the first time, Craig second time, and you've got England, Netherlands, Wales, you've got Scotland, and you've got these big names, these big characters all in this same room. If you're not used to that, that can be quite imposing. Where now they've come into this group where they've got nations like France, nations like Poland, where you'd say they're probably on an equal kilter to. And they've got the experience of being in a practice room with the likes of England and Belgium for a few days. There's no unknowns now about it.
Yeah, they kind of implied that, didn't they, when they spoke to you earlier on today, that you kind of walk into this atmosphere. It's a debut for Hewitt. Galliano has been here before, but you're with these kind of iconic characters, the likes of Mervyn King, Henderson,
95.
Steve West, these big names. Just takes you a while to settle in.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Well, that's a
Team
cleanly
France.
taken 95 for Jacques Glaber to bring it back to 3-2. And it's forced this Gibraltar
Sixth
pair
leg,
here
it's Gibraltar
to
go
serve
first.
this contest out.
Game
Justin Hewitt approaching the hockey, looking to lead his side to glory in the opening game of the session.
85.
And that will sting, that 95, because Gibraltar in a position where they had a single to double combo to go on and win the contest.
43. $96.
Yeah, and this is where, for the Gibraltar pair, they've just got that slight edge, the advantage of throw. And
100.
going to want to serve it out here because things do start to get a bit edgy at 3 apiece.
Well, it's a team that runs like clockwork, isn't it, this Gibraltar pair? And even when the odd mistake happens here and there, there's no blame game, is there, with these two?
96.
Very much backing one another all the way to the line. And it looks like the finishing line is somewhere where they're approaching, because that 140 there for Craig Galliano has left them on 80 after 12. And it is Justin Hewitt is going to come back to the hockey, but he's going to be back under some pressure.
140. Gibraltar require 80.
Yeah, to seal a 4-2 victory. Tops is the target, and Tops is found, and you can see the delight there for the Gibraltar pair. They were up against it, against the French team, but they found a way through, and they really have upped their levels. It's a great opening performance for them, and they just continue to build on the success that they had yesterday. Have a quick look at the stats, and there you see it, over a 90 average for Galliano and Hewitt. It's around the 80 mark for the French pair, but 4 out of 5 as well on the outer ring, including that 120 finish. Well, we'll take a short break, and coming back after that, Northern Ireland will take on Poland.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break Gibraltar got the better of France by 4-2. Really good performance, average in excess of 90, 4 out of 5 when it came to their finishing, including a 120 checkout. And it means the Gibraltarian duo of Justin Hewitt and Craig Galliano are into second position in the league table, courtesy of their superior legs difference over Northern Ireland. Now they can leapfrog Gibraltar with a victory here against the Polish pairing of Sebastian Steyer and Lukas Wacławski. But this was a meeting yesterday which Northern Ireland were heavy favourites for, and they would come up the wrong side of the scoreline. 6-180s traded 3 apiece in this contest, and it was Poland that were able to get over the line in a last leg decider. 2 ton-plus checkouts in there, including a 102 and a 108. It really was the biggest surprise sprung on the opening day of Group C in the International Pairs Week. Well, for Poland, being represented, as I say, by Sebastian Steyer and Lukas Wacławski. Sebastian Steyer, former semi-finalist at the BDO World Trophy. That came back in 2019. For Lukas, a second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, having impressed on his debut as an ADC qualifier, courtesy of the Eastern European Darts Festival. Not just any old festival, the Eastern European Darts Festival. As for Northern Ireland, well, experienced campaigners here don't get more experience than Neil Duff, the 2022 WTF World Champion, a weekly winner here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on no less than 5 occasions if you include his double trouble success. As for Richard McKee, well, he's at the other end of the experience scale, although the one time he did play here, he made it through to the semi-finals. That was in week 8 of Series 10. And he'll be hoping to make it through to a Saturday night with his teammate Neil.
Game on.
But this was a tie yesterday, which Northern Ireland were expected to win and came out the wrong side of.
Yeah, absolutely. And it wasn't really that Northern Ireland did a great deal wrong. It was just the fact that Poland, compared to what they'd done throughout the evening, they really did up the levels. They gave us signs of exactly why they're up there on the Super Series stage and what we've come to expect from them. Just hadn't quite all clicked and worked together previous to that. But yeah, very good finish to the afternoon session yesterday for Poland.
I was speaking
45.
to Lukas this morning prior to the action getting underway, and he was saying first and foremost he's trying, him and Sebastian, to embrace everything about this experience, and he's hoping that this is a platform to
70.
put Polish darts on the map, which some sterling work for the likes of Krzysztof Ratajski on the PDC Pro Tour here, with Sebastian Białecki, I suppose, as well.
55.
It's very much a sport coming to prominence. There's World Series events, of course, now out in Poland, which will take place again in July. Lukas played in one of those World Series events, lost out to Gerwyn Price a couple of years ago.
45.
Yeah, it's another one of those countries that you could probably align it to somewhere like France, where darts is just starting to feature more and more on the radar for people in Poland. And yeah, also Krzysztof Chuk, who often partners Krzysztof Ratajski at the World Cup of Darts as well. And you're just getting more and more names More and more quality players coming over from Poland.
60.
The thumb, Krzysztof Kciuk.
Kind of feels like a nickname that's more akin to Andrew Gilding. That's a celebration he likes to do after a 180.
Well, after last night, Nathan Aspinall. He created a couple of memes for himself, didn't he, yesterday evening?
140.
Now, that was a risky play there from Sebastian, but the fact he got the triple meant that he's left his partner on a finish.
100.
One thing I have noticed, and this is across the board this week, some of the kind of setup play and that board management has been slightly lacking. And I wonder if it's having that element of pairs that you're so focused on getting a big score that you're actually not taking stock of
58.
what was left. Because as you say,
Ireland, you
if that treble 20 hadn't
90.
have gone, he wouldn't have been on a finish.
Well, Neil Duff's got a wire with dart 1, but recovers it with dart 2, so he will get a go at tops,
50.
goes above the
Ireland,
wire.
you require 68.
So it could be a case of all's well but ends well for Sebastian Stairs. He comes back for this 68 to get the break and a 1-0 lead for Poland. Double 16.
36. Northern Ireland, you require 40.
And so McKee looking at tops.
Game
He
shot
takes
the
the
first
Northern
leg,
Ireland lead.
Northern Ireland.
Interesting, if Poland do win this game, Gibraltar will be guaranteed to be in the top 2 come what may at the
Second
end
leg,
of
it's
this
Poland
cycle
to
of
throw
matches.
first. Game on.
But interesting you mentioned that feeling of being so focused. Can you sometimes also, the other side of the coin, you play a lot of doubles, that sometimes
60.
unintentionally you can get a little bit lost in the game because it's so long between one visit to the next. You could kick off a leg and then suddenly the next time you come back to the board you could be close to finishing range, for example.
100.
There's that, and also the fact that you have to be very aware of, what your partner is scoring. If you're that player that looks at their feet and you want to concentrate and you're not involved in the entirety of the game, you can go back up there. I've done it myself, and you look up and you think,
60.
oh, what's left? Because you don't know what your opponent's hit. So yeah, there's just different things that you just need to focus on. For me, I enjoy it. I loved playing pairs. It was
60.
kind of one of my favourite events, especially when you get a partner that you're really happy playing with. And I'm lucky to say that I've had quite a few over the years. But yeah, do miss that element.
100.
And it is something that was up for discussion when we were talking about the World Cup a few years ago, that there wasn't enough pairs competition. There isn't, I suppose, as much
100.
variety on the calendar than perhaps some people are. Now, don't get me wrong, it's an easier said than done thing and an easier said than done solution. But I think for the players involved this year, particularly people like Neil Duff, I know he would have played pairs on WDF tournaments and things like that, but for people like him, Mervyn King, Steve West, that play so many tournaments week in, week out, it's just a good way of breaking the season up.
Yeah, I used to embrace things like every so often you'd have a double in,
100.
double out tournament, and I absolutely love cricket as well. Quite often when I practice online, I'm not practicing 501, which may be my downfall, but I'm actually practicing cricket, and it's just these different games that perhaps we're not used to seeing so
Northern
much.
Ireland, you require
As long as you're practicing and going for the
141.
targets that you're going for, you can really apply that to 501 because it is the most basic of all the games.
A basic game which is made difficult by dart players.
136.
Yeah, we do make it look hard sometimes. I know I do.
Well, Neil Duff here has left his partner on double AT to get the break and open up a 2-0 lead.
100. Northern
Poland
Ireland,
have
you
been there or
require
thereabouts
36.
so far in this contest. And a dart to win leg 1. And they're going to get free to win leg 2. Much to the
28.
frustration in the
Poland,
background
you
there with
require
Neil Duff.
36.
Did look rather exasperated, didn't he? As McKee just wired double 18 and double 9. And Stayer now looking to punish and can't.
18. Northern Ireland, you require 8.
Well, it's those gilt edge chances you suspect they have to take. And for Neil, I just think one of those things you might see with pairs every now and then is if a player's very quick to
shot
the
on the
okie, if
second
there's
leg,
another
Northern
person
Ireland.
moving, they may just catch the eye line a little bit. I don't quite know the full ins and outs of that, but Neil Duff took it nonetheless.
leg,
Doesn't
it's
look
Northern
overly
Ireland to the
happy,
first.
but he'll be happy with the
Game on.
scoreline. Northern Ireland 2-0 in front.
One 100.
Sometimes what you can find is when you've got pairs that are essentially more manufactured as opposed to a pair like the Gibraltar two, where they've obviously grown up and they know each other inside out. That you end up playing as individuals. It's all, you know, the focus isn't. Of course, the focus is on the team, but you don't necessarily build up that camaraderie, and you're very much focused on your own performance. There's nothing wrong with that either. I mean, the whole idea is just about getting the win, but yeah, I'm noticing with some of the pairs up there, they're kind of communicating in very different ways.
81.
Would they have been a team that would have benefited more then from playing the week, having those first 3 days to get to know each other's way of doing things together, and then if they didn't win the Group A, having a salt and knowing
60.
everything about each other by the end of the week?
Yeah, perhaps, or they may have, fallen out by day 3. You just don't know. It depends on who it is, really. But no, obviously, you're both in it for the same thing, and
137.
I just think it's down to the individual how you react, because your partner's not going up there to miss, and I know the disappointment that when you set something up and you're just really willing them to get it in, it is disappointing. But you just got to kind of move on and accept that no one's going to hit everything every single time.
Well, Poland have got 6 darts here from 1-4-3. This has reduced the deficit back down to 2-1, but conceivably with the opportunities they've had in this game, they could be 3-0 to the good.
$125.
They're going to be under severe pressure here.
50.
And Sebastian Steyer cannot afford any more misses. He's going to get 2 in his hand, a double 16. Up for double 8.
34. Northern Ireland, you require 56.
All the double opportunities have gone the way so far of Steyer. 6 come, 6 gone.
Game shot on the third leg.
Key,
Northern
especially
Ireland.
on that tops target. Absolutely lethal.
Fourth leg, it's Poland to throw
Well,
first.
Poland are finding the more power
Game
scores in this game. But what Northern Ireland are doing so well is consistently finding 1 treble turns. They've not had any 2 treble or 3 treble visits. But in terms of the ton plus category, they've had 10 so far in this contest. So pretty much every single time they come into the hockey, they are finding at least one of them.
100.
And it's doing the job right now.
I think that's one thing that we perhaps didn't see from all the teams yesterday was just that consistency. Obviously, we want the big averages, and we enjoy the big scores, the big finishes. But if a pair can start playing consistently together, these tons, the range from 80s to kind of ton 40s, if you can find those scores on a regular basis, then you're going to be very, very hard to beat in this format.
$58. $100.
Well, we mentioned the ton hitting of this Northern Ireland pair. They've had 3 in succession at the beginning of this leg. The traditional red pen leg could potentially be on offer here. And if they do find that, then they will win this game 4-0. And any kind of lingering self-doubt that they would have had prior to this one getting underway may well just be exasperated. Any kind of hope that Gibraltar potentially had could well be exasperated as well. But it is Poland first to a finish here. Looking at 1-4-3 to reduce the gap back down, not to be. And so Neil Duff will be back for 1-4-6 to get this game won.
$119. Northern Ireland, you require
Great setup play there by Sebastian Steyer, and another loose one there for Neil Duff. Shake of the head.
40. Poland,
This
you
time,
require 24.
check out opportunity does go the way of Fitzparsky.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Yeah, well
Team
taken.
Poland.
Well, the Hound
flag, it's
reduces the Northern Ireland lead.
Game
But
on.
it is the skipper, Neil Duff, coming back to the hockey to complete a 4-1 success.
59.
Coming up after this, potentially an explosive clash as Belgium take on England. It was the game of the day
60.
yesterday, bar none in this particular group. Belgium winning 4-1 with an average in excess of a ton. And it'd be interesting to see how the pairing of Brian Oman and Janti van den Berg get along on this
6.
Friday. That'll be the 5th and 6th teams who would have seen today. Part 1 of a double header of action. We'll be back from 10 o'clock this evening on Pluto TV
6.
to see how Group B comes to a close. Shane McGurk, Jane McGurk with John O'Shea in the Northern Ireland, Republic of Ireland pairing, Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Tripe of the Netherlands, and Marcel Altels and David Schlichting of Germany, the top 3 going into the group later on tonight. We got there eventually.
Yeah, double the amount of players this week, obviously with the pairs format.
$44.
A troublous visit there for McKee. Could just offer up a bit of a chance here. But Spassky, you feel, just needs a couple of trebles. Got one. If you can find another one.
62. $45.
Well, what looked like quite a comprehensive success for Northern Ireland could be made to feel a little bit more like hard work, because Poland here got 6 from this 196 to reduce the gap back down to 3-2. And that 140 there from Steyer has left his partner on 56 to bring it back to 3-2. And then they'd have the darts in the next to take us all the way to a last leg decider. But that 2-treble turn from Richard McKee piles the pressure on this.
Just trying to work his way down. And
21.
yeah, just a bit of a snatch into the 5 and a match-winning chance here for the Northern Ireland captain.
It's only going to be the solitary dart. Well, it's not even going to be that. And it wasn't even close to the single 16. That'll be what will frustrate Neil Duff even more.
26.
And so
Poland require
Poland will come
35.
back. Sebastian Steyer will come back for an opportunity to reduce the gap back down.
19. Northern
Yeah,
Ireland
frustration
require
because
40.
Poland have had chances in every single leg. That's double 15. Goes inside, and yeah, you can just see
28.
Neil Duff
Poland
just turning
require
around in the
16.
background.
Well, he almost cannot
It's on the
look at
5th leg,
anybody
Team
else on
Poland.
that stage. And Poland have got the break. It's back to 3-2. And they're suddenly beginning
6th
to
leg, it's Poland
build
to
in
the
belief
first.
this Polish
Game
pairing.
on. $45.
Yeah, those last 6
58.
darts from Northern Ireland. 26 from Neil Duff off the 66. Just really fluffed his lines on that. But then 3 darts at a double for McKee as well. Match-winning chances come and gone.
100.
Now the Polish pair just trying to utilise the fact that they've thrown first in the leg.
100.
Well, at 3-0 to Northern Ireland, it looked like a start that the doctor would have ordered.
140.
But this is becoming
90.
very, very difficult, very, very quickly. And all of a sudden, Lukas Vatswarski has got an opportunity to lay his team up in a position where they're back on an equal kilter for 3-0 down. Now, remember, they had opportunities in the first few legs to take the opening 3 legs and be 3-0 up.
Yeah, and I might be completely misremembering this because we have done a lot of games over the last couple of days, but
57.
I've got a feeling it was Poland
require
yesterday that actually raced
116.
into a 3-0 lead over Northern Ireland before Northern Ireland clawed it back to 3 apiece, and then Poland held on for that very last leg.
96.
Very similar feeling for this one, just in the reverse.
And for Poland, they'll hold on in the last leg. They're going to get 3 more at double to take us the distance.
6.
Duff unable to find a treble.
Required 20.
And so Lucas looking at 2 10s. And just like yesterday, we go the distance.
Team Poland.
And just like yesterday, somebody comes back from behind to take us to an equal kilter. Neil Duff reciprocates the
game on.
olive branch that Lucas gave to him. Not that he really wanted to. You could tell he's a really frustrated figure on the stage. But is he able just to pull something out the hat in this last leg?
Well, you touched on it earlier. When Northern Ireland went into that 3-0 lead, they were
44.
just consistently finding a 1 treble visit every single time. That just seems to have tapered off in the last couple of legs. And now they're looking to go back to doing something similar.
Of course, day 5 of 7 in terms of the live action this week on
42.
Pluto TV, because you've got a Super Sunday for you. And there's no Guard of Honours either in this Super Sunday. The Influence event will be back on Sunday afternoon. 12 o'clock we kick off here on Pluto TV. 18 players, 9 professionals, 9 stars of social media. TikTok, YouTube.
121.
MySpace? I don't know. 12 o'clock we get underway on Pluto TV.
$45.
Well, from this point, you feel Poland need to find a max, and that's a real drop once again. That second dart, but adjust well, but not enough to leave him on a finish.
32.
And so Neil Duff now just looking to set things up for his teammate, and he's going to set his teammate up on a double.
92.
And that double of choice is going to be double top. I think he wanted to leave in double 16, but there was so much treachery around the predicament of the first 2 darts, he decided to leave it for tops. And so Northern Ireland 2, we're 3-0 up, we're coasting the game, we're pulled back level, now have 3 darts to win this game, and it's Richard McKee with the responsibility.
Yeah, the lay of that second dart did look awkward, and what a chance here for Poland from 3-0 down. Got 2 darts at double 14. And drags 82. It low, and yeah, anguish there for the hound.
20.
Well, Sebastian's stare was like a jack in the box at the back of the stage. And once again, Neil Duff just stepping back before approaching the board again. Double 10 is pinned. First time of asking. A frustrating performance at times for Northern Ireland, but they have picked the points up. And that's the most important thing for them. They move on to 8 points. They open up a cushion from Gibraltar and those below them in the group. Sebastian Steyer head in hands as he heads back down the stage. That the tail of the tape. Northern Ireland spurning opportunities to make that far more comfortable. The other side of the coin, Poland spurning chances to win the game themselves. Coming up next, England take on Belgium.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become that back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Northern Ireland got the better of Poland by 4-3 to get their first win in their opening game of the day. Our third match is a meeting between Belgium and England, a fifth meeting between the pair over the course of the 5 days. And the 4 previous meetings have all gone 4-1 in one direction or the other, 2-2 in the personal head-to-head between the pair. England being represented by Mervyn King and Steve West. King, the 59-year-old who won on his debut week here. That was only a few weeks ago, week 9. So he's played week 9, he's played week 13. He's playing this week and he's playing next week as well. Brian, a man very much an experienced campaigner on the stage with a smile on his face and a skip in his step, a twice-weekly finalist to a 5-time weekly winner in Steve West, 49 years of age, now of Waterlooville. And for Janty van den Berg from Antwerp in Belgium, just 21 years of age, making his debut on this particular stage. And he is looking to, alongside his teammate Brian, a man, head into a Saturday night finale in the first ever pairs tournament played here at the Super Series. But it's England at the top of the group. They picked up 4 wins out of 5, but it was this fixture yesterday which saw them come unstuck. Belgium winning by 4-1 with an average of 101.46. 4 out of 7 when it came to their finishing. 3 180s as well in there. They were sparkling towards the end of proceedings yesterday with a brilliant Belgian duo. But for England, if they win here, they move on to 10 points and they, importantly, move 4 points clear of Gibraltar in third place with just 8 points left to play for.
Yeah, it really was a session of 2 halves to Belgium yesterday.
21.
There was a couple of games in the middle, especially. They just could not buy a double. It was 0 from 12, and you could see the frustration, but then something just clicked. I think, speaking to Brian, I think we were both there speaking to Brian, it was all about the double 13, wasn't it, yesterday
59.
in the match that kind of sparked them back into life when they got the 4-3 win over Gibraltar and then just pushed on in the final fixture against England.
Yeah, I think just a words of warning to our spotter today, because Brian O'Man was doing everything in his power to leave double 13 on Thursday.
62.
And we think to the all intents and purposes, without really scouring through the record books, that Brian's the first player to have taken out a 100 finish by hitting double 13.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's been done, but I don't think it's ever really been done intentionally. I think that's the key difference, because that was what he wanted to do.
121.
Even if it wasn't intentional, Brian Man would have said
81.
it was intentional. And the treble 12 there would have
49.
left him said
England to
double
require
13, but he's left his
138.
partner double 16 unless Mervyn King can find the 138.
$60. Belgium, you require 32.
Importantly, this is a break opportunity for Belgium.
Game shot on
The
the
double
first
16
leg. Team
is found
Belgium.
by Janty van den Berg to give them a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Belgium to
Well,
the
it is
first.
Belgium that find themselves languishing at the bottom of the table coming into today, or coming into this match, but they seem to be starting off today where they left off.
140.
It was a breaker throw in the first one, but in 13 darts, and it was cleanly taken. And I think that's all important for them, because, yeah, I still think
108.
that little patch yesterday where they just couldn't find a double, it's still in the back of their minds. If they start missing again, I think they'll think, oh no, not again.
41.
So to just take that in the manner that they did, I think that will settle them down straight away.
And strangely enough, Belgium are bottom of the group, but at their best, they played the best darts in the group. That's what makes it so strange.
$56.
So after some performances, you saw them languish in the mid to low 70s. They finished off the day with back-to-back averages of 90 and over a ton. That's what made the early portion of the session yesterday just make us scratch our heads a little bit.
60. England, you require 100.
Well, this would be for a break straight back.
60.
And I can understand that. There are a lot of players that like to go tops, but the lie of that first dart, very inviting for a player like Steve West.
We were talking about it yesterday, weren't we? That
45.
guy
England, you
just
require
stood up like
40.
that. It's just perfect for him because he throws his darts based off feel.
Game shot on
Mervyn
the
King
second
does so
leg.
to a
Team
similar
England.
extent, and he pins that tops first time for a 13 darter, breaks back. England and
Third
Belgium
leg,
now
it's
back level at
England
one
to the
apiece.
first. Game on. $57. $97.
Yeah, I was speaking to Steve and Mervyn earlier on today, and I was like, oh, day 5 in the Modus Super Series house, so to speak. And yeah, for Mervyn, he was like, yeah, day 5 of 14, because obviously, as you mentioned before, we will see him back here next week.
And you see him on Sunday as well for the influencer event.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
57.
We do see it with certain players that, you know, if you do have to, if there's a little bit of travel for you, then it does kind of make sense to kind of compact your appearances here at the Super Series.
We see a lot with the American-Canadian players, Leonard Gates, Jim Long, they tie their visits in with other tournaments that are taking place here. So Leonard, when he qualified for World Seniors event, we're playing that and then come here straight after. For a lot of players, they try and get in after a Challenge Tour event. So the likes of Danny, etc., it made sense for them to play this week because they were coming straight from Milton Keynes, though it then transpired against Danny, but he's now been given a call up to the Pro Tour. And he's now got to travel through the night
England,
to get there Sunday into Monday. And also you see spells where you don't see players here for the best part of, 4 or 5 months, and then you see him 5 times in 6
Belgium,
weeks.
require 170.
Janty van den Berg, look at the big fish. He's found the first treble. He's got the second. Can he notch the ball? Yes, he can! Reel that in!
Team Belgium.
Janty van den Berg with a moment of brilliance for Belgium.
Full flag. It's
The
Belgium.
170
to
goes, and they have a
Game
2-1 lead.
$60.
A finish which they'll be shouting from the rooftops.
$108.
And once again, solid response from the England pair.
60.
Only you, Henry, could break through this soundproofed room.
But hang on a second, because if Steve West and Mervyn found that 9, then the window would have smashed. The irony is they did the testing for the soundproofing.
125.
But I was on holiday the week they did the testing. So the one person they probably needed to sort out the soundproofing for wasn't available.
Yeah, they probably got in some kind of foghorn. It worked for that,
60.
but still, you find a way.
$100. England, you require 161.
Could prove to be an important last start there by Brian Roman.
85. Belgium, you require 156.
156 for Janty. Haven't found the 170 of the previous leg. He's not going to back it up on this occasion, and so Mervyn will
90.
head back
England,
for the
you require
76 to
76.
level this contest back up at 2-2. Up on top.
56.
Just dragged low.
Belgium, you require 66.
Ball.
18.
Yeah, not happy.
England, you require 20.
Would be for a fourth
Yeah, it's on the
consecutive
full
break,
flag.
and it
Team
is
England.
another break of throat. This time, 2 apiece.
And it means for the
Fifth
first
flag,
time
it's
this week,
England to
competing
throw
between
first.
these two nations will
Game
not
on.
finish 4-1 in a direction. I think Brian Roman is thinking in his mind that that's a major opportunity missed to
134.
really exert an advantage in this game. And Mervyn King kicking off with a couple of trebles. It's just part of the pressure on Janty van den Berg. But pressure is for tires, as Alan Shearer famously said.
Yeah, 2 maximums apiece. Both
26.
2 out of 3 on the doubles, and not much to split the average as well. Very, very close game indeed.
96.
Really good game on paper. 91 and 92, the
96.
averages respectively. It was a really good contest yesterday. It was the best game of yesterday, and so far, so good in this one.
97.
Tops for 3-2.
Game shot on the fifth
Has
flag.
been
Team
a
Belgium.
real finishing masterclass from both teams, but especially Janty van den Berg.
Sixth flag. It's Belgium to throw first. Game on.
Now 3 from 4 and throwing first for the match.
140.
Well, as you can see in the leg-by-leg play, apart from that fourth leg where there was a few missed darts at a double, every other leg has been won in
140.
15 darts, 5 visits per leg.
$93.
And there's just certain matches
30.
and certain combinations which just yield good matches. And it just feels like the dynamic of the four on the stage just lends its way to it. They all
83.
like to give it a bit of vigour.
Mervyn King here, moving across the hockey, trying to seek out a treble.
60.
And you feel, in terms of the match, very much advantage Belgium now.
58.
Well, he's left himself on 127.
$101.
To
Belgium
win the game,
require
but look what Team
127.
England are on. And look at the right smile on the face of Steve West. But it may be irrelevant. The bullseye for the win. He found it for the 170, but he's not going to find it for the 127. We've already seen the big fish go in this game. Is it going to go again?
Yeah, just low of the intended target. Now just looking to set up and hope, and that's great setup play by
Belgium
Mervyn King. But
25.
chance here for Brian Roman.
Game shot.
And chance taken as well, and it's a 4-2 victory for the Belgium pair over England. Another absolutely exceptional game. It had a bit of everything. A couple of 180s apiece. That beautiful 170 finish from Vandenberg as well. And it's Belgium who make the best start of the day, and it's a 90-29 average as well. 4 from 6, finishing masterclass from them. We'll have a quick break, and then coming up afterwards, Poland will be taking on France.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 12 flags straight to the top of the stage here, the live lounge in Portsmouth to celebrate International Pairs Week here at the live lounge, and we saw the first round of fixtures come to an end before the break, and it saw Belgium get the better of England by 4-2. It means the Belgian pairing of Roman and Van den Berg on 6 points alongside Gibraltar, and at the top of the group, England and Northern Ireland are both on 8 points respectively. And the winner of this contest here between France and Poland will leapfrog Belgium into 4th position in the group, and will also move on to 6 points, just a couple behind Northern Ireland, who do take on England in this next round of fixtures. So interesting cycle ahead. Poland against France here, followed by Gibraltar and Belgium, and then Northern Ireland against England will see us towards the halfway point of the session here. As far as these two nations are concerned, they kicked off their day's 2 defeats. France lost out 4-2 to Gibraltar, whilst Poland lost in the last leg decider against Northern Ireland. And it's fair to say, as far as the Polish pairing are concerned, it was the missed doubles, 14 of them over the course of the contest, which was their downfall and their undoing.
Yeah, in terms of performance levels in this encounter yesterday, I don't think either team really found their top stride, but
140.
they've both come in and both teams just look slightly more invigorated, and you do tend to find that on the last day. You know, every team or every player knows it's their last chance to try and work their way into a top 2 spot to secure a place in Saturday's finals. There's just a little bit more sense of urgency.
And for both of these nations, it's the first group they played this week, and if they lose this one, you say it to be the only group they played this week. But they also have that bit of freshness in comparison to half of their counterparts in this group. Whether that will
134
play a role or tell its toll, only time will tell us that.
$121. $60.
And I think Poland will be slightly disappointed that they didn't get the better of Northern Ireland for a second time this week. They went down 4-3, but they were 3-0 down, fought back to 3 apiece, and it fell to Batswarski. 88 left, treble 22, clear darts at double 14, and just pulled it into the wrong double.
Of course, that's about the opportunities they squandered as well in the legs prior to it. But a chance here for Lucas to take out the opening leg. Look at it, 92. We'll look at treble 16 here, unable to get. And so Jacques Larber will come back to the board. Look at it, 48 to give the French the impetus, to give them the break.
Double 8.
32. Poland, you require 48.
Well, it's the same scoreline required here for Sebastian Steyer.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that should settle down Sebastian Steyer, because he really did struggle on the outer ring in the opening match.
Second leg, it's France to throw first.
Well, in the famous words of the snooker commentator John Virgo, is there a gap? There's always a gap.
100. $60. $100. $85. 30.
Again, both players not quite hitting the same levels as we saw earlier on
99.
this afternoon in their opening matches. I do wonder when it's matches like this where it goes one of two ways, doesn't it? I think both teams feel that they're probably quite evenly matched and they're going to want to go up there and take advantage of it, take the points. But by doing that sometimes you can be a little bit tentative, or you can try too hard and tense up slightly.
61.
I think we might be seeing some of that.
And I think it's also fair to say we saw a fair bit of that from France in their opening match, where they were given opportunities, but it was almost as if they faded as the game went along as well.
Yeah, absolutely, they faded, but Gibraltar did get a lot better.
France require 114.
Well, Jacques Clark will come back for 114 here to level this game up for one apiece. Triple 18 isn't going to go. And so Lucas will be back for 96 to get the break and to
96.
double his advantage.
Yeah, that first start awkward, so just forced his hand to attempt the double route.
And so it falls on Nico Tullier to level things up. Double 4 is not found, and so Sebastian Stey, who was responsible for a lot of the misses in the previous game against Northern Ireland, is not going to pass by this chance. Poland get the break and they lead 2-0.
Third leg, it's Poland to throw first.
A bit of a pep talk there between Jacques and Nico.
Something I quite often say as well, actually, when things aren't going well for you as a dart player, it is normally the loneliest place in the world, because it is just you up there against your opponent in this pairs format. Has been really nice to see that, you know, the support that the other players are giving each other as well. Sometimes just those little pep talks, just that kind of, you know, head on, you know what you can do, and those encouraging words, they remind you why you're up there on the stage.
108.
Well, they might need another timeout here, this French pair, because that maximum puts Poland in a really good position to open up a 3-leg advantage.
Yeah, that could be another element. Timeouts. Kind of a little bench on the side. Consult with the coach that's waiting for you. Hey, where will darts go? Hopefully not there.
Can you imagine if they have a timeout every single game? We wouldn't be home till about 4 o'clock every Group A session.
41.
Well, a ton there for Lucas, leaves him on 76, or at least leaves Sebastian on 76 upon his return. And it has to be said so far, this French pair of Jacques Larber and Nico Tullier haven't really got going, and so Poland have an opportunity to open up a 3-0 lead. It's been routine, comfortable so far. And even with that slight slip, Lucas should come back. And he will come back for 32.
$130.
Good setup play, but could be all academic, as Poland are looking to go 3-0, one within a victory.
Game shot in the third leg, Team Poland.
I don't know what you think. This just feels like a really kind of efficient performance from Poland here.
Fourth leg, it's
They're
France
doing all the right
first.
things without having to play anywhere near their brilliant best so far. Legs are 21 and 70. They've not been great legs, but it's just been enough in response to what the French have thrown to them up to press. But it's one of those weird games where you look at the average. I mean, the maximum there has helped France in that respect.
140.
But prior to that turn, they were averaging the best part of 9 points better than Poland, but yet it's the Poles that are 3-0 in front.
140.
Yeah, that is a stat that does baffle me sometimes, especially when you can understand if France had picked up a leg that there could have been a very quick leg for them and left the other team behind. But when you're being beat to nil and you're still in performance levels that much higher, it's a bit confusing.
Well, I suppose the irony is because they're not getting as many opportunities, there's more scoring turns, I suppose, in comparison. But Poland will also be aware of what happened in their previous match against Northern Ireland, because what happened to them could happen again. Northern Ireland raced into a 3-0 lead. Poland brought it back to a last leg decider. What they don't want to do here, starting with Klowski, is be 3-0 up and then have to sweat for it.
Tops for the start of the comeback for France.
Team France. Fifth flag, it's Poland to throw first.
Well, Poland have experienced that from both sides, haven't they? Both against Northern Ireland. They were 3-0 up yesterday. Northern Ireland clawed it back to 3 apiece, and it was Poland that
44.
just got over the line in the end. It's the complete reverse against Northern Ireland today. And as you say, they will be more than aware that it's not over until you get across that finishing line.
140.
Well, they say in football that 2-0 is a dangerous scoreline. For this Polish international pairs team, it seems like 3-0 is a dangerous scoreline.
$77. $41.
And of course, this beginning of a busy weekend of action, the PDC Development Tour taking place in Hildesheim. And in the final, Adam Gavlas takes on Cam Crabtree. Cam, who of course we saw here plenty of times over the last couple of years. Former England international himself, Mr. Crabtree.
Yeah, indeed. And quite a local lad to where I reside as well.
60.
It's amazing how his career has kind of blossomed, Cam's, because he was actually in the Surrey youth team at the same time as my daughters were, and obviously it's going back a few years. But
100.
Yeah, it's gone from strength to strength in a relatively short space of time.
Yeah, we're not going to see him here for a while. Looks like this game could be going on a while longer. And what we were saying in the previous leg about
80.
Poland and 3-0 scorelines could be coming true again if Tullier can convert 16-2 double top. Is found. And we've got a game on our hands here because France have just begun to up it a little bit. They've put about 6 points on their average.
Sixth flag, it's France to throw first. Game on.
An 11 darter in leg 4, a 15 darter in leg 5. Things are beginning to get very interesting all of a sudden.
43.
Yeah, but by way of winning those last 2 legs, everything's now back on throw and where it would have been if everyone just held.
83.
Yeah, how much is this making Poland think?
100.
Very much a feeling of deja vu if it does go 3 apiece.
46.
And the tighter it is, the worse it is for the pair as well because of the leg difference that they both have. France -1 going into this one. Poland -4 going into this one. And so the tighter it is, even with a victory, they're still going to give themselves a lot of work to do for the remainder of the day. And of course, that's depending on other results going their way. Gibraltar play Belgium next. That's 3rd and 4th going head to head. And then, of course, looking upwards, it's Northern Ireland against England in game 6.
Oh, Poland did suffer a very heavy defeat at the hands of France yesterday, beaten 4-0.
140.
They were looking to evoke some revenge with their own 4-0 victory, but France definitely have had other ideas from being 3-0 down.
100.
Yeah, it's France here, first to a finish, but
100. France you require
Sebastian
130.
Steyer with that ton just leaves him on a potential 2-darter.
90. Poland you require 72.
Well, Nico Tullier is left on top, so unless Lukas Waklowski could take this out for the match. Double 16. Just working out the numbers. And now steps forth.
40.
Match starts have come and gone, just like
France
in their
require
previous game
40.
against Northern Ireland. And so Nico Tullier looking at tops
Game shot on the
to
sixth
take
leg.
us
Team
all
France.
the way to a deciding leg.
7th and final leg. It's Poland to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, 2 match-winning
60.
opportunities fill the way of Wacławski in their first match over Northern Ireland. Another one come and gone here against France, and they find themselves in that perilous position once again where they are trying to survive a last leg decider.
$81.
Well, so all of a sudden you can see the tension palpable on the stage, but that 140 there for Jacques Larber has piled the pressure on this Polish pair.
$30.
And pressure which might have told. Remember, France were 3-0 down in this contest. Poland had it in their hands. But now, France 6 starts away from 178 from picking up
60.
a priceless 4-3 victory.
Yeah, if Poland do lose this leg, they'll definitely feel it's the one that got away from them. Sebastian Steyer here desperately trying to seek out a treble, can't. So France 6 starts minimum from this position.
78.
Well, what a turnaround this has been for the French pair with Jacques Larber and Nico Tullier looking at tops.
38.
And he put a gap, but his partner's going to get 3 more upon his return.
You could see Jacques Larber in the background nodding his head. He thought that was going in. Either that or just you start willing it in because it's getting across the line sometimes, which is the hardest dart.
Rather you than me, pal. And there's going to be pressure on this tops now because Poland are on a 2-darter. But no mistake from Jacques Larber, and the French are on the board following a comeback victory against Poland. They had trailed by 3 legs to 0 and they rallied back to win 4 on the spin, and they keep themselves in contention in terms of getting out of this Group C, and that could be a defeat which for the Polish pairing could be fatal. There's the tail of the tape where they found a real kick towards the second half of the match. Did Larber and Tullier, their average in the end in excess of 90, 4 from 9 on their doubles, and they move themselves on to 6 points. Next up, it's Gibraltar against Belgium. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
the new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Hello, welcome back to the Modus Super Series here from the live lounge report. So what an afternoon we've been watching so far. Myself and Laura Turner have been watching every single dart in the commentary box. And before the break, we saw France get the better of Poland in a last leg decider 4-3. They were 3-0 behind to the French pairing of Jacques Larbre and Nico Tullier before rounding off 4 on the spin to complete success against the Poles. Game number 5 is a meeting between Belgium and Gibraltar. 2 of the impressive performers in the opening round's worth of matches. Belgium got the better of England by 4-2, averaging 90.29, 4 out of 6 on their doubles, including a big fish finish. Big fish, which was shouted from the rooftops. Gibraltar beat France by 4-2. Really good performance, averaging in excess of 90 themselves. 4 from 5 on their doubles, including a 120 checkout. 81. The winner of this game, they'll move on to 8 points and will pile the pressure on England and Northern Ireland ahead of their meeting in a couple of moments' time. 6. And incredibly, if Gibraltar win this game, they will go to the top of the group temporarily.
58.
You know, you touched on it earlier. They were sat in 3rd place, albeit on a very narrow leg difference, but they just seem like a slightly more inspired pair coming into this group than they had done in Group A. And yeah, they were quite rank outsiders when it came to their opportunity of topping the group. And as you mentioned, there is an opportunity here for them to at least have a temporary reprieve at the top of the table.
Well, they were 3rd in the group overnight, Gibraltar, and they were 28-1 to win the group. They were 5th favourites.
82.
Now, if they win this game, they would be to the top of the group. I know they would be overtaken in the next one, come what may.
60.
But for the Belgian pair yesterday, this was the match that really sparked them back into life, gave them this opportunity
65.
of just remaining in the chase for one of the top 2 spots. They were struggling up to that point, and it was a double 13 finish found by Brian Roman. And it would just seem to like I say, spark some life into them, and they didn't really look back for the rest of the afternoon.
100.
Well, it's a more positive start for the Gibraltarian duo. And Craig Galliano, well, It's doing the reverse of what we
96.
usually see for the pair.
Royalty
He's the one that's doing the
required,
setting
20.
up for Justin Hewitt, but it was he on the doubling that was doing the damage in game 1. But he cannot
10.
find the double 5 there, and we know that
Belgium
Shanti
require
van den Berg has got form for
127.
taking out bullseye finishes in excess of a ton today.
Treble 19 to get a shot at the ball and just goes wide.
59. Gibraltar required 10.
Galliano looking at 2 5s. Lowered dart 1. It's going to be double 1.
No
It's
score.
not there. Gibraltar
Belgium
dominate this
requires
opening
68.
leg, but Belgium and Roman are going to have an opportunity to steal the throw, to pinch it.
Game
And he
shot on
only
the
needs
first
one
leg,
dart
Team
at double
Belgium.
16 to do exactly that.
Second leg, it's Belgium to throw first.
Gibraltar missed
Game
5
on.
darts at a double there to take the opening leg. And that man in your picture, the most seasoned campaigner on the stage, Brian Roman, duly obliged on the double 16 to put his country in front.
43.
Yeah, he's really kind of stepped into that captaincy role, hasn't he, here for Belgium? Just seems to,
45.
for the majority, just remain that kind of level-headed character. Yeah, I know he was very disappointed at times yesterday,
43.
but just seems to have rallied the duo.
$100. $135.
Well, Justin Hewitt has just lost his radar
40.
in this contest so far. And it's allowing this Belgian duo just to rattle away a lead.
134.
But for me, it does go back to what we were saying earlier, that they do seem like a pair that really do rely on having that confidence. It's all about the start, not just necessarily even
Belgium, you require
on the day, but
146.
just how they start the match. They've squandered chances in the opening leg, and a leg that they threw first in, and you can
80.
just see their head drop, and that's something perhaps that they can try and work on. They're obviously very passionate up on the oche.
60. Belgium, you
Double
require
top, double 13.
66. $50.
No, slightly more conventional. And Shanti's going to come back for double 8 upon his return because Gibraltar haven't been able to keep up in the scoring stakes.
60. Belgium, you require 16. Game shot on the second leg.
No
Team
mistake there
Belgium.
from Van den Berg. From a position where
Third
Gibraltar
leg, it's
kicked off the
Gibraltar to
best.
throw
It's
first.
2-0
Game
to the
on.
good for Belgium.
43.
So Belgium 2-0 to the good. Elsewhere from the Super Series, development tour action taking place. And
45.
the first winner of the day, Cam Crabtree. 5-2 winner over Adam Gavlas in the final to pick up his
44.
first Dev Tour title of the season. 5 events over the course of the weekend in Hildesheim before Players' Championship action gets back
96.
underway next week. Monday, Tuesday, Players' Championship 15 and 16.
100.
And then Wednesday will be European Tour qualifiers for events 7 and 8, I believe.
108.
Yeah, that development tour table makes for some interesting reading. As you mentioned, Cam Crabtree won, puts him up into third
6.
position, but that table is topped by another person who's known to the Super Series in Bo Greaves, who's a good
100.
£2,000 above someone else we know in Owen Bates.
Yes.
121.
Mr. Bates will be
Belgium, you
hoping to
require
have a
8.
2-year tour card sent to him via the post. $25 left. Thinking through. Well, this is the thing in this scenario. You're not just
69.
thinking through what you'd want to leave. You've got to think
require
through what your opponent would want as
133.
well.
Yeah, pulled that
44.
very low, and
Belgium, you require 11.
on here having to spurn a dart, but it's double 4.
Game shot on the third leg.
Again,
Team
very
Belgium.
cleanly taken. Mentioned
Four flag, it's Belgium
how
to the
good
first.
Belgium were just a couple of games
Game
ago,
on.
especially when it came to the finishing 4 from 6 on the outer ring, and they're just doing it all again here. 3 from 4, 75%.
96.
It's mad to think that there was a match yesterday now that they were 0 from 12 when you look at their doubling stats and what they've brought in today.
Well, those 5 darts missed and a double have really ticked over, hasn't it, for this Gibraltar pair? They're having an off game at the worst possible time. If they won this game, they had a really good chance of getting out of this group. But now it looks like it's going to be a very hard task. And the fact that they're going to lose this quite heavily as well means that the big gains that they had in terms of the legs difference would be whittled away.
58.
This is where you've just got to step back and make...
26.
Here it is, a very fast and a very free-flowing player, but sometimes just taking that step back, that breath.
140.
When things aren't going right, sometimes it's really quite hard to just shake it off, especially mid-match. So Gibraltar, they will have a little bit of time after this match to just right some of the wrongs.
43.
Only problem is they've got to play England and Northern Ireland in their next 2, but they'll be bitterly disappointed because they've played some really good stuff over the last couple of days. But that defeat could be critical for them, and that could be a win which just keeps Belgium in the mix. It wasn't quite their sparkling best, but when it came to taking opportunities, they were able to do exactly that. A 4-0 victory means that they will leapfrog Gibraltar and they will move on to 8 points in the group. Coming up after the break, it's a meeting between England and Northern Ireland, the top 2 going head-to-head. The victor move on to 10 points come the end of this round of matches, and that's coming up after the break.
.54, Charlie McGuire, 164. .44. .32, Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
.26, Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
.40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
.59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Belgium got the better of Gibraltar by 4-0. That moves them up into third place in the table. Actually level on points and legs difference with Northern Ireland in this particular group. So if England win this match against the pairing of Duff and McKee, Belgium would actually go from being bottom of the group to then second position by the end of the second round of matches. That's how crazy things have been so far on this Friday afternoon. And for the English pairing of Steve West and Mervyn King, it's a day we've already seen them lose to the Belgians, but they did play well in that particular contest. Average just under 92, 2 from 3 on their doubles. And both Steve and Mervyn, they look in really relaxed mood. There's a serious edge about them, but it looks like they're enjoying playing alongside one another. They're enjoying the camaraderie. As for the Northern Irish pair with Neil Duff and Richard McKee, I think it's fair to say that it's been a little bit stop-start for them at points, and it'll be interesting to see how they get on here against a really established duo in Steve and Mervyn.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a real battle in Northern Ireland's opening victory. They did get across the line, but they were 3-0 down against Poland. Had to fight back narrowly to take the encounter 4-3.
83.
And I agree, there was moments where the pair just looked untouchable, but then there were other moments where everything just kind of fell by the wayside.
60.
Well, Mervyn King playing here next week, as we have confirmed, means he won't be playing on the Pro Tour on Monday and Tuesday in Hildesheim. There's been a number of absentees for that event, which means a number of Super Series regulars will be taking those places. Darius Labanauskas, Stefan Belmont, Ted Evans, Jack Tweddle, Carl Sneed, Danny Van Tripe, Graham Hall, Jemai van der Herrick, who we are going to see in Series 11 at some point. Kevin Burness, Jagutin Horvat, Alexander Murrocks, Andreas Harrison, Sam Spivey, a.k.a. Spivey Man, and Nathan Gervin.
140. $99. 140. Northern Ireland, you require 134.
Solid start from the England pair, and Duff can't find the 134, so and a chance.
91.
And you get
England,
the feeling this is a chance that they're really going to want to take. They're going to want to stamp their authority. Obviously, they've come into this group. They're top of the pile. They want to ensure they maintain that position. It's double 16 for Mervyn King.
45. Northern Ireland, you require
Not to be, and so
43.
Northern Ireland come back looking at 43 to take out the opening leg of the contest. Double top for Richard McKee. Now down for double 10.
33.
Not to be, and so England presented with another chance to get the break.
$8. Northern Ireland, you require 10.
Well, both teams squandering a handful of opportunities in this opening leg.
No
Neil
score.
Duff missing 3 at double 5, and they're all
England
pitched quite close to the
8.
wire, but neither could find a way in.
Everyone now has had a shot at a double,
It's
and
on
it
the
is
first
King
leg.
that
Team England.
finds the intended target in the end. It's an early breaker throw for the England pair.
Second leg, it's England to throw first.
Yeah, less England v Northern Ireland. That was more of a deja vu to England against Australia in that infamous World Cup final Incredibly, that's now 13 years ago.
59.
I'm sure if Paul Nicholson's watching this afternoon, I'm sure he's glad he's been reminded of that. If you are watching, how way, Nicolad?
100.
I hope that they're at the next International Pairs Australia, just so we could do some more fun facts.
100.
Oh, how I'm missing them today.
Did Murph do any fun facts last night?
He did. In homage to you, Henry.
See, he learnt from the best.
140. $45.
Yeah, and England, after doing all the hard work and finding the early break,
60.
really haven't found that scoring power they need to hold on to throw here.
$30. $139.
Really good turn there for Richard McKee, leaving Neil Duff in a suitable position to square this game up at one apiece, having missed 5 darts to win leg 1, the Northern Irish duo.
100. Northern Ireland, you require 62.
Will probably feel like they've got 2 visits here.
$22.
Now they're going to hope
England,
they
you
need
require
2 visits.
167.
But if there's one person you say that they can't do anything to, it's Steve West, but you can't take out the 167, pal.
97. Northern Ireland, you require
Same Steve
40.
West that promised a 9-darter, then
James
hit a
on the second
9-darter.
leg, Northern Ireland.
As Richard McKee hits tops to level up at one apiece.
Third leg, it's Northern Ireland to throw first. Game on. $100. $92.
Early switch over to the 18s for Mervyn King because he's just not quite pitching that first dart right. It's just forcing him to find another treble across the board.
59.
And a real sense of frustration is creeping
57.
in here for Steve West because he just doesn't seem to have settled particularly in this match.
It's like both teams know exactly what's
40.
at stake for a victory in this one, and it's being played tentatively as a result of it.
$80. $96.
Should also be worth noting as well, it's a very warm day here in Portsmouth, the hottest day of the week so far, and so the temperature on the live lounge stage is going to be warmer than it has been throughout the duration of the week.
30.
You may just see the odd dart slip here and there, just like we saw there from Steve, which should also be a short warning to the players in Group B later on, because if it's warm now, it's going to be even
58.
hotter later on tonight.
Yeah, it does hold the heat here. I can attest to that playing last week. It was really rather warm.
Yeah, the wooden roof that we have here at the live lounge really does keep the heat in, which isn't a bad thing in the
Northern Ireland, you
winter.
require 148.
It's not a bad thing in the summer when an air-conditioned commentary box.
Yeah, absolutely.
83. England, you
It's the
require
treble there,
142.
Richard, and as a result, leaves Neil Duff on 65, which could have its air of precurity, but they have got the security of coming back because Steve West notching dart 1 into the single 5, but recovers well with dart 2.
84. Northern Ireland, you require
So this
65.
to put Northern Ireland in front.
Overtrained, found the ball, but now it's double six.
53. England, you require 58.
And so for this, or this, for England to really stamp their authority, to put their noses in front, double top. And now down for double 10.
38. Northern Ireland, you require 12.
Missed doubles are really beginning to ratchet up for both
Gets
sides.
on the third leg, Northern
But
Ireland.
in Northern Ireland's previous match, it was Richard McKee that was the one that was able to hold it together when
Fourth
they
leg,
needed
it's
to
England to throw first.
find something clutch on a double. And he's done so again there to give his side a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, he's one of those players, isn't he, that just seems to probably go under the radar slightly. He's not kind of over-exuberant, doesn't overly celebrate on the stage, Richard McKee.
60.
He really does. At times let his darts do the talking.
Well, on that stage are the two most successful players in the history of the Super Series. Between them,
40.
they have 9 weekly titles. And if you include specials weeks, 10 titles. 5 weekly titles for Steve West, 4 weekly titles for Neil Duff. Neil also has a
60.
double trouble title to his name. Andreas Harrison also has 4 weekly wins.
140.
Jimmy Van Schie wins this week, then he would be on 4 titles if you include the specials week. In fact, Andreas Harrison's the first player to have, in inverted commas, complete the set because he's won 4 weekly titles. He's won a Champions Week and a special week. So actually, if you add everything into the mix, he's won 6 weekly titles.
Yeah, that is some good going.
85.
Yeah, Neil Duff really getting quite animated, bit frustrated, as is Steve West. Yeah, and I think it kind of goes back to what you said. There's a lot riding on this game. It's position 1 plays position 2, and I've always said Group C, where you've got 6 teams but only 2 go through, it really is tough, and it's how you deal with that kind of pressure.
100. Northern Ireland, you require 136.
So Neil Duff looking at 136 to get the break and open up a 3-2 lead. Not to be on this occasion. He's going to leave his partner on a handy
96.
suit. And it's going to be
England, you
hopeful
require 100.
that Steve West cannot take out a ton. But he's already taken out this finish in this group. And if he finds another tops,
80.
he would have done it again.
Northern Ireland, you require 40.
Yeah, double 10 to extend their lead.
On the fourth
It is
flag,
3-1. Northern Ireland go within 1 of the match.
And this
Fifth
really
flag, it's
does
Northern Ireland to
open
the
up
first.
this group
Game on.
for interpretation.
$45.
Yeah, England won the encounter yesterday 4-1. Northern Ireland in a very strong position here to return the favour.
137.
Just having a look at the table. If Northern Ireland win this game 4-1, they'll be on 10 points plus 4 legs difference. England would be back on 8 points 0. So they'd actually move down to 3rd from top position
45.
because Belgium with +1 in that particular category and 8 points to their name would actually leapfrog England into 2nd position. This is the same Belgian team that were quoted at 25-1. And we're bottom of the group at the beginning of the day.
59.
Just feels like one of those weeks that, you know, kind of those outside odds that they're coming in. We saw it in Group A with Scotland coming in on the last day of Group A at 100-1 to top the table. And yeah, they found a way through.
I know they're at top of the group, but last night, Germany, who them and Kenya were kind of pitted as the 2 big outsiders. It felt like in a lot of people's minds there was a power three of the Republic of Ireland, the Netherlands and Wales, and the other 2 were going to be there or thereabouts, but you felt like the strength in depth for the other three would be too
94.
great. But Germany had a really good night. We'll see them again from 10 p.m. this evening here on Pluto TV.
135.
Right, raise of the arms from Steve West. Kind of just asking himself, where has that been?
140. England require 70.
Triple 10 for tops.
Game shot on the
For
fifth
14
leg,
data.
Team England.
And how things can change. Mervyn King, who has forever been known as a double 16
leg,
man,
it's England
I
to the
think he's
first.
hitting double top more
Game on.
efficiently now than perhaps he has been for a number of years, perhaps ever.
Well, he used to go out of his way, didn't he, to not leave tops. And you can just see from that 70 finish, it now seems like the preferred option.
55.
The evolution of the King. Had the Prince last night, didn't we? In Manpreet Kelsey
45.
and another King in Peter Wachua, am I right in saying?
Yeah, it's a really royal event, it feels, this week. We've also got the Prince of Wales in action.
100.
But who's going to ascend to the throne come the end of 6 days play here at the Pairs tournament at the Modus Super Series? Who's going to be the
100.
leading light for their nation?
Do you know what? I look at who is left in these groups and how tight these groups are. And whilst there are a
41.
couple that, perhaps it's just out of reach, I'm still not convinced at who's going through to the finals, let alone who's going to lift the trophy on Saturday.
I've given up
95.
guessing.
It's kind of our job, though, Henry.
52.
It's a difficult thing, though, isn't it? Because, we look at stats and figures and we just try and compile from a very analytical point of view how we think proceedings may go. But
100.
this element of pairs, it just throws up just so many I can't say it, but it just throws up a lot of
Anomalies.
Thank you.
Well, it's one of those scenarios as well where we can have a look at the numbers, but I just feel like in a game like this, the dynamic and the way it's just been a little bit staccato, a little bit stop-start, no one's really been able to get into their groove. You can look
Northern
at
Ireland, you require
numbers to a certain extent, but
161.
sometimes it's one of those games that's based on feel. And interestingly as well, as Duff looks at the 161, Richard McKee has put chalk on his darts.
97.
See it just towards the bottom of the barrel. We'll see it when he comes back for the 64 to seal the game for Northern Ireland.
139. Northern Ireland, you
Good
require
effort there
64.
for West, but it's Northern Ireland. Match-winning opportunity incoming.
Game shot and the match.
And the match
Northern
is
Ireland.
taken by Northern Ireland. It's 4 legs to 2, and you can see England disappointed by the outcome. Not quite the levels that we've seen from them, but it is another victory today for Northern Ireland, which sees them leapfrog above England to the top of the table. Quick look at the stats, and there you can see 4 from 12, just that better checkout percentage. It was costly for the England duo in the end, and it is them that won 4 legs to 2. Well, coming up next, we will see Belgium, and they will be taking on Poland.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're 2 rounds down on this Friday afternoon at the Live Lounge report. So this is what we've seen so far. Before the break, Neil Duff and Richard McKee of Northern Ireland got the better of the English pairing of Steve West and Mervyn King by 4 legs to 2. And that means that Northern Ireland moved to the top of the table. This is how it looks after a couple of rounds. Northern Ireland on 10 points, England and Belgium on 8, Gibraltar and France on 6, Poland on 4. But for England, that defeat there means that life's going to be far more difficult, and they could see themselves leapfrogged by Belgium if they could get the better of Poland. Now, Belgium began the day at the bottom of this particular group, but they could find themselves in a qualifying position with victory in this one. England were touted at 4-11 with the odds compilers at the beginning of the day to go on and win this group. They could find themselves outside a qualification spot against a Polish pair who have lost both their games 4-3, and in both of those matches have seen 3-0 scorelines go in one direction and then the t'other. It's been a really crazy day for the pairing of Lukas Wazwarski and Sebastian Steyer, but they'll be hoping now to bring things to an equal kilter. The only problem is they're trying to bring things to an equal kilter against a Belgian side of which you do not know what to expect from.
No, we've seen a bit of everything, haven't we, from them this week? But what we have seen from them today is quality levels right from the off, culminating in that wonderful 170 finish by Janty Vandenberg. Yeah, it was an opening win for Belgium over England to start the day off. Just over a 90 average, and it was a 4-2 win as well. They backed it up with a 4-0 victory over a slightly out of sorts Gibraltar. But what that 4-0 victory did for Belgium, it really did help their leg difference.
Well, they needed it, didn't they? They were -3 prior to that game
58
against the Gibraltarian duo. +1 now, which is exactly the same as England, which means any win by any margin will be enough for them to temporarily move into second position. England do take on Gibraltar in this round of fixtures as Janty Vandenberg piles in the game's first max. And I suppose this has kind of been the Jekyll and Hyde nature of Belgium over the course of the week, because their best numbers, you put it up against anybody else, it's been as good as anybody else. But it's just been the odd lapse and the odd off game here and there, which has really come back to cost them.
44.
But they have got off to a much quicker start than their Polish counterparts here. And if they win this game big as well, of course we're talking about any kind of win, putting them in a qualifying position, but they win this game handsomely, and even if Gibraltar rattle off a couple of legs against England,
44.
Belgium are going to be in a very handy position.
92.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw it in Group A. It came down to the narrowest of margins, not just leg difference, but head-to-heads. Really is the smallest detail, the smallest point. One leg can be the difference between going to Saturday or going home.
$66. Belgium, you require 36.
A man looking at double 18, which before he went a little bit crazy on the doubles, was once perceived as the double he was strongest on, with him going inside on the single and Poland not on a finish. He decided to set up double 8 for Janty, which is a side of the board that he prefers.
60. Belgium, you require 16.
Yeah, it was sensible play by Brian Roman, and it's paid off, and it is Belgium that race into a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Poland to throw first.
It's almost like a bit of a sigh of relief, because especially in that pairs dynamic, you want to be helping out your teammate. You want to be going for the double, but you're passing the buck back over basically and saying, right, I'll leave this one for you.
It's like a backhanded compliment to a certain extent.
26.
I know you like it, but now because I've left it for you, you're going to have to get it.
$45. $96.
Belgium were able to make it out of this group. They'd add a lot of vibrance and a lot of energy
87.
to Saturday night's finale, that's for sure.
$140.
Already at this early stage in leg 2, it's Belgium that's wrestled the advantage away from Poland.
45.
And I think for Poland, they're at that point where they've played 2 really solid opening games and they've just been narrowly edged out 4-3 on each occasion. And it's just trying to keep those levels and that momentum and that everything kind of going.
$97. Belgium, you require 99.
Van der Boog looking at 99. Looking at double 12.
75.
Not to be on this occasion, but he has got plenty of time on his side to open up a 2-0 lead. Belgium pretty much a score and a half on top of their Polish opposition so far in this contest, which has given them so much time, affording them so much time.
60. Belgium, you require 24.
A man looking at double 12, and he makes no mistake.
Team Belgium.
And Belgium 2-0 to the good. And since beating England 4-2 in the opening game,
Belgium to throw
they've
first.
played 6 legs, won 6 legs.
Game on.
Yeah, Belgium team almost like they've been inspired by the feats of Scotland earlier on in Group A.
85.
Almost kind of written off for the opportunity to top the group, but Belgium are on a 4-game winning streak after losing their opening 3 in Group C.
58. $140.
Well, there you see the fire in the belly of Brian O'Man again.
$96.
He's one of those players that's very expressive, and darts can sometimes be a sport where somebody bursts onto the scene and they give the kind of
82.
enthusiasm that Brian does. Sometimes you just get the odd weird look here and there, and I think there was a spell where we spoke about Brian maybe not having the best time of it. I know injury didn't help him either, but
101.
he's kind of said to himself that from now on he's going to play the game his way. He's not going to worry about the opinions of others. He's going to play, he's going to be expressive, he's going to do it the way that he wants to do it.
Yeah, and it's sound advice as well. Sometimes as players, as people, you can kind of get wrapped up in, you know, like you say, the opinions of others. And
Belgium, you require 94.
it's not conducive for getting the best out of yourself.
46. Poland, you require 146.
146 of Poland, not to be on this occasion, and so Belgium will be back for 48 to
45.
open up a 3-0 lead. Average
Belgium,
in
you
excess of
require
87.
40.
But for the first time, Poland being
Poland, you
presented
require
with
101.
somewhat of an opportunity.
Yeah, I was looking for the treble 19, would have left double 12, but
84.
instead
Belgium, you require 8.
it's given Vandenberg the opportunity to extend the lead to 3-0.
Double 2 it is.
4.
But double 2 isn't got.
Poland, you require 17.
And this a gilt edge chance for Poland to reduce the gap in half. 2 4s. Does not go. That was a big opportunity not taken.
4.
And so to make it 3-0, double 2. Double 2 goes, Belgium 3 up.
Belgium. Fourth flag, it's
Trying to get
Poland
themselves
throw
going, the
first.
Belgian pair.
Game on.
Yeah, it's kind of like almost like an aggressive yet mooted celebration at the end. Like you say, just
140.
trying to rally themselves and roll themselves up because they know if they can get past the line and get past a heavy scoreline, it's really going to help improve that leg difference. And we've already mentioned several times that could be key to who goes through from Group C.
Would you like to know some fun facts about Poland?
I know you're going to ask me that just by the way you say the first word, because it's almost like it's a rhetorical question you know the answer to, but you're going to tell me no matter what. So by all means.
Well, I've got 16 to pick from. I'm going to pick number 8 and 9 for you. In the city of Wrocław, which is actually going to host the Conference League final, you'll find the oldest restaurant in Europe. I am not going to try and pronounce it. It was opened all the way back in 1275,
93.
and you can still enjoy a delicious meal there today. And in fact, as well, Polish people marry on average younger than any other country in Europe, between the age of 25 and 27 on average,
61.
younger than any other nation within the European Union.
My mind does boggle at what the other facts were if you pick those two, but thank you very much,
92.
Henry.
Poland, you require
It also has a
142.
desert. That actually was interesting.
97. Belgium, you require 118.
We've seen the big fish. Now looking for treble 17. It's another ball opportunity. It just goes wide.
76. Poland, you require 45.
Double 15. It's not the conventional play on 45.
15.
And it's not going to work a treat, and
Belgium,
so
you require 42.
Belgium will be back. A man looking at 42, looking at 32.
10.
But not looking at
Poland, you
back-to-back
require
4-0 wins
30.
just yet.
Yeah, chance to chalk one up. Just needs to lift over the top, but not too far. It's awkward.
No score.
Yeah, that's the
Belgium,
problem.
you require 32.
And so this to bring it to an end without any kind of doubt.
Game
Double
shot,
16
and the
is
match,
fouled by
Team
Janty van der Bergen. Belgium rack up back-to-back 4-0 wins, and they now move into a lofty position in this Group C. In fact, victory means that they move to the top of the group with 10 points plus 5 legs difference. They were 25-1 with the bookmakers at the beginning of the day to do exactly that. It wasn't their best performance. They missed a lot of darts at a double, but they were able to get the better of Poland by 4 legs to 0. Coming up after the break, France up against Northern Ireland. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're at the halfway point of our first session of the day here on Pluto TV. And in Group C, Belgium have moved to the top of the pile. A 4-0 success against Poland mean that they're on 10 points plus 5 in terms of legs difference. They've leapfrogged Northern Ireland, who are in second place, but they can move back to the top on points if they can get the better of a French side involving Jacques Larbre and Nico Tourier, who so far have had a compare and contrast type of day. They lost 4-2 to Gibraltar in the opening game of the group, and they were 3-0 down to Poland in their second game before rattling off 4 legs on the spin. They found a real burst towards the line. 4 legs in succession. Their average in the end was in excess of 90. 4 from 9 in terms of their doubling. But for Northern Ireland, they've won both of their games so far. Haven't quite played to the levels as perhaps you would expect from the pairing of Neil Duff and Richard McKee. But I suppose the main thing is they are getting the points on the board.
Yeah, and that's all you really want to do. That is the main
First
objective,
leg, it's France
especially in a group as tight as this one. They're really made to play against Poland, just narrowly edging them out 4 legs to 3. It was a bit more of a comfortable victory over England, 4-2 for Northern Ireland. But I just wonder, as the points tally, you know, as they start to tally up the points, will they start playing with a little bit more freedom? Because, you know, they just seem a bit tense. Now, I know Neil Duff is one of those players that plays with a lot of intensity anyway. But then you've got that kind of more laid-back action from Richard McKee, and it's just how they're clicking together sometimes.
55.
And I suppose a lot of pairs is about finding that middle ground between one another, particularly if you're a brand new pair. You've just got to work out what works for me may not work for them, and what works for them may not work for me. But how can we find the best way of just kind of putting it all into the middle?
You know, I've played with some exceptional players, but if it doesn't always quite click, and for me,
100.
I remember playing with someone, and I used to talk to my partner, and they didn't like it, so it was, you know, so it was a bit of a silent affair. And then I played with someone who really liked to shout and scream and holler, and again, it just kind of put me on the back foot slightly. So yeah, you do have these different dynamics, and sometimes you can make them work, and sometimes it's just, you know, a bit more awkward.
I'll tell you what I would have loved to have seen this week. Johan Brouwer as a teammate. Remember Johan Brouwer from ADC Europe?
45.
Yes.
Could you imagine him as a teammate? He could either be the best or worst teammate you ever have in your life.
108.
As Nico Tourier pins the 180.
This is a great start from France.
100. France require 48. Game shot on the first leg.
Tops is
Team
found
France.
for Jacques Larbre to give France a 1-0 lead. Now,
Second
as
leg,
you can
it's
see,
Northern
there's a
Ireland to throw first.
synchronicity
Game on.
about the shirt of both the French players. They both play for the same darts team, same darts club in Paris. Le Marchand, the writing on the back of their shirt, the Penguins, the name of the team they play for. And they have the penguin emblazoned on the back of that particular jersey.
Yeah, well, hopefully the Penguins will inspire them
100.
to pick up some points.
Very angry looking penguin, isn't he? That's like when Pingu steps on a bit of Lego.
100.
Yeah, it's an animation of a penguin with some
94.
real intent, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not quite happy feet, is it?
$45. $100. $41. Northern Ireland, you require 106.
Chance here for Duff to level it up. Treble 18 for double 16 for a 106.
Game shot on the second leg.
Very well
Northern
executed
Ireland.
there by Neil Duff.
Third leg, it's France to throw first.
Well, it's been quite dry in terms of ton plus finishes today. Northern Ireland had 4 yesterday. We had 12 over the course of yesterday afternoon session.
$81. $60.
And of course, Portsmouth, a very popular holiday destination if you're a dartist. And the doors open up here every single Saturday night here at the Super Series. www.dartshop.tv if you want to be here on any given Saturday. And I've got to say, right, much to popular belief, there is plenty to do in Portsmouth before the darts get started.
45.
You've got the wonderful quayside of Gunwharf Quays where you can get all your shopping done. You can go and have some drinks. You can go and have some food. You've got a wonderful seafront. You can take a little stroll over to Old Portsmouth. You can go a little bit further out. You've got another bit of town, Fratton Park. There's so much to see. And then you can come here on a Saturday night at 7 o'clock, 7:30 we get the darts underway. And you can enjoy a night at the darts.
Yeah, very much recommended here.
140. Northern Ireland, you require 158.
Want to watch darts here at the Super Series.
$134. France, you requires 68.
Yeah, great set-up play there by Neil Duff. It's tops here for France.
Game shot on the third leg. Team France.
Yeah, Team France, 2 from 2 on the outer ring. 68 check out there.
Fourth leg, it's Northern
Highest
Ireland
so far for the French team.
Game on.
Yeah, Northern Ireland doing all of the scoring, but again, when
140.
it comes to opportunity, they've not got any. They only had that one dart at the back of the 106 in the opening leg.
43.
This is such a strange group. There's no other way of describing it. Every single time you think that maybe one team's going to begin to break through, then something else happens. At the moment, the most likely team to win this group potentially is the team that began the day at the bottom in Belgium.
I mean, we knew because of the points tally that there was going to be some movement, and there were teams that were poised if they had a good start to move around the table. But for England, I think they will be the most disappointed at the moment because they came in top, haven't picked up any points yet, now out of qualification positions. And it should be really a lesson learned from what happened in Group A, because they were actually in a good position for a lot of the week to actually at least qualify for Group B, just slid down the table in the end. And yeah, also had to watch the demise of Wales as well, who were in probably as similar a strong, I think Wales were in a slightly stronger position, to be fair, but still a very strong position overnight.
$45.
Well, Northern Ireland in a good position here to level up at 2-2.
$95. Northern Ireland, you require 126.
Little lift. Just a bit too much. Had the same line as that first start, but
58. France, you require 108.
And so this for the break of throw. And if Jacques Larber can find this 108, the French will have the throw for the match in the next. This could be a tie turner. That could have been a game changer. But the double 16 isn't got.
68.
And so Neil Duff will come back looking at 68 to square up at 2-2. Not for the first time today as he drifted wide into the treble 5.
But it's tops now, and that's a good adjustment.
Northern Ireland.
As disappointed as he was that it went in the treble 5, it wasn't the worst thing because it still left him a single to double combination, avoiding the ball.
First. Game on.
And again, it's only the second opportunity that Northern Ireland have had at a double, and it's cleanly taken once again by Neil Duff.
59.
I'm not going to throw you under a massive bus here, Laura, I promise.
Oh, great. Just a small one then.
100.
Because we don't know which nations are in tomorrow night's final yet. But I get the sense that this could be one of the closest fought, most competitive
59.
finals nights we've seen under this roof. Just on the base of what we've seen so far this week, because there's been nobody that has really stood out over anybody else yet. And that's a good thing.
100.
Yeah, I think it'll be predictably unpredictable tomorrow night in terms of the way that the results do pan out, because we've seen it. We've seen pretty much everyone get a victory over everybody else. They all know that they can up their levels. So it's just who turns up. But it's got to be both of them that turn up, and that is the unique situation we have with the pairs.
41.
Because how many times have we heard from players after they go out on a Saturday and they kind of collar us in the corridor or something like that, and they say, well, tonight just wasn't my night, and they kind of move on. You haven't got that dynamic tomorrow. You've got to do it for yourself, do it for your teammate, and vice versa.
France, you require
Just like that.
123.
Yeah, massive visit, but this could be two, and it's on the ball.
98.
Wasn't far off.
Northern Ireland, you require 66.
Well, France missed a dart to go 3-2 up.
26.
As has Northern Ireland, and Neil
France
Duff is
required
getting more and
25.
more frustrated with every single passing moment which passes his team by. And
it's on
Jacques
the fifth
Larber
flag,
holds it
Team
together
France.
on the double 10 to move 3-2 up. Neil Duff looks
Sixth flag, it's
incandescent. He
Northern
looks like
Ireland
he's
to the right
raging
first.
on that stage.
Game on.
There's a real pride that he has in terms of representing his country, and he's spoken to us so many times about it.
140.
And he's trying so desperately to try and make something stick for him and his team that you can just see that visible anger on his face.
60.
And there are players that just they kind of need that level of aggression, probably the wrong word, but they just need to feel like that in order to kind of get the adrenaline pumping and try and get the best out of them, where there are those players that just like to be relaxed and quite calm.
60.
I think we've got a real combination of all of those characteristics across the groups this week.
Neil Duff thrives off of the pressure of environment. He's the type of person that
45.
if I said you can't do that, he would then want to do everything in his power to then do it. I mean, to the point where at the Lakeside he was predicting scorelines of his opening round matches and then they would come true. get a feeling that nobody will ever repeat that again.
44. $43.
Now, after that visit, it does look like we've got another game that's going to go the distance. That might be a smile, but it's not a happy one, I can tell you.
$60. Northern Ireland, you require
There's an opportunity for Northern Ireland to level this game up and take us all the way to a last leg decider. 6 and 112. Couldn't nettle away over the top. But we'll leave Neil Duff in a position where it's a single to double upon his return.
Yeah, good adjustment. Might be a bit of pressure on this 52.
Northern Ireland, you require 52.
Duff has been deadly on the doubles.
Game shot on a
finds
sick
a third.
Northern Ireland.
As predicted, it's another game going all the way.
7th and final leg. It's France to throw first. Game on.
And so it's Nico Tullier to take to the stage to kick off this last leg decider. We were mentioning earlier on for Neil Duff, his greatest ever day on the hockey came against Frenchman Thibaut Tuchel to pick up the Lakeside title. But this current experience against
85.
French opposition isn't quite going to plan.
Yeah, Northern Ireland really being made to work for it.
60.
You mentioned Thibaut Tuchel. Obviously knows Jack Larber quite well. Fellow PDC World Cup teammates. Actually had quite a good run over the last couple of years.
Quarterfinals, wasn't it, last year?
And it is only those small things that can really then inspire a nation to get more involved in a sport. And like we've said before, you're seeing it more in France, you're seeing it more in Poland.
83.
Well, the best examples, Germany. When you look at the average age of players, the players that were coming through years ago in Germany were kind of in their late 30s, early 40s. They were kind of what people would say the tail end of a career. But now you see so many youngsters come through. But the French Revolution in terms of darts is very much there. And they've got 6 darts from here from this 101 to inflict a painstaking defeat upon this Northern Ireland pairing. That left 86. That leaves
53.
Jacques on 48 upon his return. Neil Duff can only try and hit this as big as he can, hope his opponent misses, and then hope his partner hits.
Yeah, very much. A lot of hope going into that. And
France require 48.
it does leave a finish, but it is a long-range one, and it's the French pair that get the first chance, double 16 for a 4-3 victory.
16.
2 match darts come and gone for France. They will be hoping they get more, and they will.
60. France require 32.
So double 16 here for Nico Tullier to give France a huge 4-3 win. 1 left at double 8, and he's got a beautiful guide.
16.
But he nestles it the other side.
Northern Ireland require 94.
Well, did Northern Ireland expect this go in this leg? And perhaps it's fitting it's Neil Duff that approaches the board looking at 94. Can he get his side out the doldrums by getting a double-double?
54.
Just pitched above the wire at tops.
France require 16.
Yeah, a real dramatic end to this match. Still chasing it round the board, but it is France that find the winning double in the end and get across the line 4 legs to 3 against Northern Ireland. It was a result yesterday that went all the way again, but it was in favour of Northern Ireland. Today, France get the better of them, and it was a dramatic finish. There was missed doubles, there was match chances for both sides, and there you can see the averages. around the kind of 76 and 80 mark respectively, but it's all about the 4-3 for France. And coming up next, we've got England back facing Gibraltar.
.54, Charlie McGuire, 164. .44. .32, Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
.26, Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
.40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there,
McGuire,
George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
.59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, France got the better of Northern Ireland by 4-3. So it means that we could have an intriguing end to this Group C campaign. And if Gibraltar can spring the upset of the week so far and get the better of England, well, we're in for an all-timer as far as Group C conclusions are concerned. Because in the hypothetical scenario that Justin Hewitt and Craig Galliano can get the better of Steve West and Mervyn King, Belgium and Northern Ireland would be both on 10 points in the group. And then you'd have France, England, Gibraltar, all on 8 points. As a matter of fact, Gibraltar win this game,
First
they will go
leg,
to the
England to
third
first.
position in the group. And England, incredibly, would go down to 5th. They topped the table at the beginning of the day, and they were quoted at 4-11 with the odds compilers to go on and hold on to that particular lead. Against the Gibraltar side, were quoted at 28.
60.
Yeah, we knew the group would be unpredictable, but perhaps not quite in the way it's panned out so far to date. Gibraltar really did impress in their opening match. They got that 4-2 victory over France, but it was the way they played. There were 4 out of 5 on the outer ring, a 120 finish, a 90 average. Felt like everything was coming together, and then just something didn't click in the last match. They've had a bit of time now to gather themselves, but I will say on the head-to-head records between Gibraltar and England throughout this week, every match has gone the way of England. And the 3 in the Group A stages, they all went to nil. It was 4-2 yesterday. Gibraltar are closing in on the gap, but you feel England know that their position in the final really is now, it's dubious if they cannot pick up a win.
And if we're being brutally honest, and this without disrespect to any of the other nations involved in this week, did we expect England on Monday morning not to qualify? Probably not.
No, I think when you look at it and you look at people on paper,
58.
Absolutely, you put England up there among the mix. And you've got a very similar scenario perhaps in Group B as well, where could you have imagined or envisaged a final without Wales in it? And they're in a bit of a sticky predicament, as well as Netherlands. They're not quite right up at the top yet. They've had to really fight for their points and their position.
19. England, you require
Like I say, pairs
96.
just offers that bit of a leveller.
Just beginning to get the sense that
56.
Justin and Craig are just
Gibraltar
beginning to run out of gas a little
158.
bit. They've been here for 5 days, not used to playing this much darts. And is it just beginning to creep in, that fatigue factor?
$94. England, you require 40.
Tots are king. Double 5.
35.
But Gibraltar going to get a chance
Gibraltar, you
here
require 64.
to get the breaker further. They're only going to get one look at this 64, you feel, and they're only going to get one dart.
32.
Justin Hewitt cannot take it.
England, you require 5.
Yeah, just in the one, and Steve West knows it,
James
but
Arnold,
adjusts
first
well
leg,
and does
Team
clean
England.
up. Yeah, and the reaction
Second
there,
leg,
I
it's
think
Gibraltar
what
to
you'll
throw
find
first.
with these two teams
Game on.
especially, they've kind of struck up a real friendship in the back room as well.
140.
Well, not just in the back room, because Steve West and Craig Galliano are both big Tottenham Hotspur fans for their sins. And they were both watching the Tottenham Hotspur Bodo Glimt
81.
Europa League semi-final tie with one another yesterday. So they've been enjoying each other's company, both on the board and off the board this week. They've also been enjoying some of the culinary delights of Scott
58.
Campbell. Apparently he cooked up a storm in the kitchen earlier on this week, making a curry for some of the players.
108.
First maximum of the match going the way of Steve West.
41.
And of course, we are guaranteed a big Hendo Weekendo here in Portsmouth. A double helping of a big Hendo Weekendo, because he's going to be here on Saturday and he's going to be here on Sunday for the Influencer event.
$56.
Perfect first start. And I think the biggest surprise is it strayed wide. And even Steve West had an ironic little chuckle to himself. But England are in cruise control of this contest.
140.
Yeah, it's a
England, you
good
require
response once
45.
again. And if Mervyn King can't take this cleanly, it is an opportunity for the Gibraltar pair.
Game shot on the second leg. Team England.
Mervyn King much better on the tops target that time round.
Third leg. It's England to throw first.
For Justin and Craig, and you could tell that they're a team, and you could tell they've got great pride in representing their nation. But will there also be a part of them at this point of the week where they'll be looking at this and thinking, if we, as an individual,
96.
I play well enough, there could be an opportunity to have an invite into the main Super Series somewhere further down the
45.
line.
It may be something at the back of their minds, but I think just the way that they play together, this is all about the tournament, still trying to pick up the points, still keeping themselves in and around the mix. If you can play well together, then, that invite is more likely to come. But right now, it'll be all about this tournament.
140.
I've had the pleasure of going out to Gibraltar on a couple of occasions. Wonderful setup they've got right on the kind of south coast of Gibraltar at the Europa Arena.
135.
Yeah, home of the JDC Junior World Cup.
It was actually the first tournament we went to after we came out of that period of lockdown, and it was coinciding with
67.
With the events of the JDC as well.
Yeah, that was during that really weird period where it was like those travel corridors. So there were certain places where you could fly to and certain places you couldn't.
90.
Gibraltar was one of them, wasn't it? That was very easy to get to.
Yeah, and we were one of the first ones out on the plane.
78.
Was that mainly because of the rocky landing
91.
when you get to the runway there?
Yeah, it's an unbelievable setup, isn't it? That they kind of close the main road so the planes can land and take off, then open it up and the people walk right back through again.
So double top
44.
doesn't go for Steve, and so Gibraltar got an opportunity here. Now they have had some opportunities in this game. They're going to get a couple at a double. Galliano's going to get 2 at double 16.
16.
He's not going to get.
England, you require 20.
It's just snippets of chances, and I think they're the ones that you need to take, and that was what made them so successful in their opening victory over France, because if you don't take them, that's what happens. And now England move between one leg of a 4-0 victory.
It's Gibraltar to throw first. Game on.
Well, what started off so well is just beginning to go a little bit wrong here for Gibraltar.
85.
Got a couple more games against Northern Ireland and Poland, and it looks like after that it's going to be the end of their campaign for the week.
100.
And I suppose the other thing, we haven't even mentioned this at all this week, is this is very likely to be their pairing for the World Cup.
140.
So for them, this is invaluable reps going into that particular tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you kind of, there are teams in it. I love the format of the World Cup, especially now it's all just pairs. But there are teams that kind of just go there and that's all they get to do. So it's very much rabbit in the headlights
59.
territory. I know these pair have represented Gibraltar up there on a few occasions, so they know what it's all about. But you don't get any time to settle in. It's really quite cutthroat. You've got those short group stages. So, yeah, this is wonderful preparation for it.
That's one of the things we say about the World Cup is the idea of seeing different players from different nations. And it's been one of the good things about this week. Seeing the likes of Nico Tullier in action. And big Kelsey for Kenya.
57.
David Schlichting, of course, for Germany as well.
Yeah, making his return, and it's a debut for Marcel Althaus.
81.
Turtle
England, you
power.
require 144.
144 then for the combination of King and West to complete a 4-0 victory against Gibraltar. The 144 is going to go as though Craig Galliano is going to get a look at 79.
76.
They have had darts to win 2 of the 3 legs so far in this contest. Can they eventually knock one on the board? He's going to get 2 darts in his hand at double 11. And when he's been missing, he hasn't been missing by much. But this could be the end of it.
Now, you felt that was a really good guide, but it's now Steve West. 1 dart in hand for the match.
48. Gibraltar, you require
disappointing, just not quite pinning tops like we used to see him from Steve West.
Game shot on the full flag. Team
But
Gibraltar.
Hewitt manages to get one on the board, back to 3-1. And there is an ironic smile
Fifth flag. It's
from
England to
the
the
pair.
first.
Because the first 3 meetings of the week, Gibraltar were pretty much legless against England.
$78.
Mervyn King now starting to get a bit animated, disappointed. That last start, she just lost a bit of form. And
115.
yeah, although not intended, I mean, that's a big apology, isn't it, on the hockey?
I think when Steve West comes back down
100.
the board, he might get a clip on the ear here, Justin. It's being played in good vein, And as I say, they've been spending a lot of time in each other's company outside of the arena. Steve just moved into the area of Waterlooville. And it's one of the things you do see at the Super Series, the camaraderie between players, not just on the board, but off the board. And I suppose it's not like a normal tournament where you've got all your partners and your pals with you in the same venue. You're meeting new people. And so when you've got that downtime, I suppose you've got to try and
135.
spend time with them and make use of that.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a great opportunity to meet players that you wouldn't necessarily always travel in the same circles with.
59.
For Craig Galliano, I think the biggest thing he may have taken from this week is the fact that Steve West will try and get him tickets to a Tottenham
England
game.
require 124.
Yeah, and he'll hold him to it as well, I'm sure.
More disappointment for him this week. Well, Mervyn King looking to slam the door shut here.
42.
Yeah, made a bit of a mess of it.
Gibraltar require 153.
There is a long-range chance here.
60. England require 82.
Well, from the fun and the frivolities to the culmination of this contest. But Steve West has missed a big number. And, well, Mervyn's finding the funny side of it. Justin
42.
can't keep himself together. The most
Gibraltar
serious
require
player on that
93.
stage in terms of facial expressions, Craig Galliano, who, despite all the fun and frivolities, I don't think was overly pleased with being left on 93. But he pins a
Game shot
double
on the fifth
18.
flag. Team
And hang
Gibraltar.
on a second here. Because a 3-0 scoreline today has been treacherous
flag, it's
territory.
Gibraltar to throw
Is it
first.
going to be so
Game on.
again? Back to 3-2.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed, is it? And
108.
that's the perfect start by Justin Hewitt. Steve West just giving him a bit of a stare down.
And let's get this
99.
right. If Gibraltar could win this game, they would still be in play. It'd be very difficult for them, do not get me wrong, but they would still have a floating fort.
59.
And goodness me, if they were able to pull that off, what an achievement it would be for them. And I'll tell you what, there's an opening in this
42.
leg. Because the England team have kicked off with scores of 99 and 42.
81.
Big last dart there. And they're going to get 6 and 181 regardless because King and West won 360.
100.
And there has to be a point sometimes. And I love the way that this game is being played. It's, you know, full of sportsmanship. However, there will be a point when it comes to the right to the very end.
100.
If either side's under pressure, their heads will be firmly down and fixed.
Well, saying at the end of the previous, I don't think Craig is there. He's enjoying the experience, but I think in that moment in time, I think he just wanted to focus on. I don't think he wanted to get drawn
45.
into what else was
Gibraltar
happening
require
around him.
81.
Well, it's Justin Hewitt. It's just loving and vibing the whole way through.
49.
Yeah, but I think it's working for both of them, and it's really caught England off guard.
93.
They have had
Gibraltar
chances to
require
win the match,
32.
England.
Well, Galliano is the finisher in this team. But if he doesn't finish this 32 off, he could be in trouble. Gibraltar could be in
No score.
trouble. And after
England require 122.
a comeback charge, Steve West comes back to win the match, 1-2-2.
Yeah, needs treble 18 though. Shake of the head, and it's 86 left. Will stay there.
90.
Does find
Gibraltar
the target in the end,
32.
but is it a bit too late in this leg?
2 8s. 1 left for Hewitt. Does
16.
not go. And is that
England
the end of the
require
courageous
32.
charge for the Gibraltar pair? Because Mervyn King is going to come back. Double 16 is what he wants. It's his favourite double on the board. And it's the
Shot
double
on
he
the mark.
finds
Team
to
England.
sink the Gibraltar pair. Craig Galliano and Justin Hewitt. It was a courageous charge back from 3-0 behind to make it 3-2. But that is going to pretty much spell the end of any hopes they had of qualifying through. As for the English combination of Steve West and Mervyn King, after what has been a frightful start to this Friday, they have put themselves right back into the mix. They put themselves back into the top 2, courtesy of that 4-2 success. They had to work hard for it in the end, but on the board they are. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch France take on Belgium in a continental European battle. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 3 rounds worth of fixtures on this Friday afternoon. And this is incredibly how the table looks. Now, Belgium at the beginning of the day, they were bottom of the group, 25-1 with the odds compilers to go on and win the group. And they are top of the pile with a couple of rounds of fixtures to play. England, Northern Ireland, both on 10 points respectively in the group, and it looks like they're going to be playing off for position number 2. France, they're just a little bit further back in case there's a slip up from the 2 in front. Gibraltar, well, they've been valiant all week, but they have now slipped into 5th position, whilst Poland are bottom of the pile with just 4 points to their name. Right, let's get into game number 10 of our session. It's a meeting between France and Belgium. Now, beware the Belgians towards the end of the day, because it's around about this point on Thursday where they really did begin to hit their straps, didn't they? The 90 average against the Gibraltarians, and then that 101.46 average against England. If they can find a similar run to the line here today, then there'll be absolutely no doubt that they will be into the finals come tomorrow night.
Well, yeah, there's absolutely no doubt, is it? They're on a roll, and I think they're actually still on that roll from where they kicked it off in yesterday afternoon session. It's 5 consecutive matches, but what's really been the pinnacle and what's been the successful element to the Belgium game is the scorelines. 2 scorelines have run out 4 legs to 0, and it's really just given them an advantage when it comes to legs difference. It's a real turnaround for them. But I will say, France, they've been quite steady as well today. They just nipped that 4-3 victory over Northern Ireland, which puts Northern Ireland's campaign in a little bit of jeopardy. This group, I think, Henry, we've got 6 games left and it is far from concluded.
It is all up in the air. The only thing we do know is Poland cannot qualify. Gibraltar still can, but if Gibraltar qualify, then I will present tomorrow's show in...
a Southampton shirt.
I tell you what.
45.
If they qualify, yes.
57.
I've got one at home. Just be right for you, Henry.
Come on, Northern Ireland. No. Always impartial here at the Super Series.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Even when Aaron's playing and you're in the commentary box.
76.
Yeah, so yeah, you are invested, obviously, but I think the key thing when you start up in this commentary box, what you want to do is just see the players get the very best out of themselves and
99.
You know, just perform to the best of their ability. It's entertaining, but it's also, you know, as someone who's played up there, I can understand the satisfaction you get when everything starts to come together.
Just don't double book again, I think was the lesson that week, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Belgium got off to a quicker start of the pair of this particular contest. 1-2-8 to get the break and to take out the opening leg. Channel 20 for the ball, not to be on this particular occasion.
92.
But they have left themselves in a very good position if Laba cannot find the 1-4-2, of which he's not.
Yeah, and already Belgium
60.
early on just piling on the pressure.
36. Game shot on the first leg. Team
Brian
Belgium.
Oman takes out the double 18 to take the break. The perfect start for Belgium, who
second leg, it's Belgium.
won their last 2 games 4-0.
Game on.
And that continues that streak of legs.
Yeah, this was the match for Belgium yesterday where it
82.
just started to prove slightly difficult. It was France at 1, 4 legs to 1. It was 1 from 14 on the outer ring, and that is the element of the Belgians' game that they've really, really looked and improved.
96.
So since being pegged back level by England at 2-2 in their opening match
60.
of the group, they are currently now on an 11-leg winning sequence.
And you will say with the calibre of the group,
81.
Isn't likely to carry on, but I've decided this week that however unlikely something seems, it may happen.
Well, put it this way, in most weeks, a 25-1 outside shot winning a group would be considered remarkable. Well, it doesn't even begin to scratch the surface in comparison to what we saw on Wednesday.
No, absolutely not. Scotland
60.
coming from absolutely nowhere, from 100 to 1 to top the group.
It's like the Leicester City week here at the Super Series.
81. 100.
But they really have
France
turned up the
require
ante here, have the
120.
Belgian duo. Just been controlled for them all day long. I think that's the biggest thing. Because there was times yesterday where you could tell that
105.
frustration was really seeping
Belgium
through into their
require
performance.
82.
But there's been a real calmness, a real measured look at the way they
shot on the
played. And
second leg.
adding
Team Belgium.
superb darts like that, it's just a winning formula. Belgium 2 up.
Third leg, it's France to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, France notably have had a better day to day. Top performance from them coming in their second game where they beat Poland 4-3, coming from 3-0 behind as well,
55.
registering at 90 average. Backed it up with a 4-3 win over Northern Ireland. It just sometimes just takes that extra bit of time to settle in.
45.
Because when you have the luxury of round robins and group stages, you do think, well, I've got a bit of time, it's fine. And then all of a
96.
sudden you get to a point and you think, right, got no time left now, and then panic stations, and then you're kind of on the back foot for the rest of the tournament.
55.
Well, for France, defeat here would pretty much end any lingering thought they had of going through.
135.
They'd be on 8 points. It's still mathematically possible, but again, if they were to make it through after losing this game, the Southampton shirt might come back into play.
100.
Yeah, I might just pop it in my bag just in case.
60. 60. Belgium, you require 155.
155 for Janty van den Berg not to be on this particular occasion, but he's going to leave his partner in a good position to open up a three-leg advantage,
France
unless
require
Jacques Larver can find
141.
the 141. Headed down to go up.
51.
Yeah,
Belgium,
that was
you
a wicked
require
deflection
53.
off that first dart for Jacques Larver.
Game shot on the third leg. Team Belgium.
Yeah, and a very knowing and confident nod of the head from Brian
Fourth leg,
Roman.
it's Belgium to throw first.
Understandably
Game on.
so. 3-0 to the good. One leg from them and another 4-0 victory, and averaging around the 90 mark. They have denied France
30.
any opportunity at the outer ring.
It'd be a third consecutive clean sheet for Belgium.
100.
Although you mentioned the Southampton shirt forfeit. It's not the worst forfeit that a member of our team here at the Super Series has done this week.
108.
I don't know, have you seen on social media the Owen Binks Ice Bucket Challenge?
No, I haven't, but I will seek it out.
83.
Put it this way. When you have a bucket full of water poured over your head by John Henderson, you would expect a reaction.
57.
The Ice Bucket Challenge seems to be making a bit of a resurgence of late.
And before you ask, I'm not doing that.
60. 40.
I didn't know 2015 came back into fashion.
100.
And you really do feel from this position, it's Belgium's to
85.
lose.
France, you require 158.
Toulier with a long-range shot, but can't find that first treble, so looking to tee up and just hoping for mistakes from the Belgium
95.
pair.
Belgium, you require 109.
So this for the match, and the way that Roman and Van der Berg are playing. You'd expect a type of finish like this to go, and it
Shot
does.
and the match.
Have a look at that.
Team Belgium.
And have a look at what it means to Brian Roman and Janty Van der Berg. They were 25-1 to go on and win the group at the beginning of the day, and they have put themselves in a position now where they are to within a victory of securing their place through. What a performance, what a day they're having so far. 88.41 the average, 4 out of 4 on the doubling, which was finished off with a 109 checkout, their second of the day, and it means that France are pretty much done and dusted in this group. Next up, it is England against Poland. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It's the Modus Super Series. It's International Pairs Week here on Pluto TV. The flags of the 12 nations being draped above the stage here on the south coast of England. And it is the host nation, England, that are in action against Poland here. Before the break, Belgium got the better of France by 4-0, which means they haven't lost a leg since dropping a couple against England at the beginning of the day. As for the pair of Steve West and Mervyn King, they got over the line against Gibraltar in their previous match, but they were made to work harder for it than perhaps they should have. They raced into a 3-0 lead. Gibraltar put it back to 3-2, had the opportunity to level the game up and take us all the way, were able to take it before England were able to eventually get over the line. So this is game 11. 5 more games to go on this Friday afternoon. We're watching all of the action live and exclusive on
First
Pluto
leg,
TV.
it's Poland to throw first. Game on.
Where you can enjoy 50 weeks of live darts a year, an average of 35 hours of live darts every single week across the dedicated Modus Super Series channel. And this week, you've got bonus action on Sunday as the 4th edition of the Modus Super Series Red Dragon Influencer Showdown takes place. And that man in your picture, Mervyn King, will be one of 18 players in action, 9 pros, 9 amateurs. But this is the serious business, isn't it? And for England, they know that with a win here, they can pile the pressure on Northern Ireland, who take on the Gibraltar pairing of Galliardo and Hewitt next.
108!
Yeah, for Poland, their race is run. And I don't know if it's the best position to be in or not, because England play now, then they play France in a couple of games' time. And then it's the penultimate match between Belgium and Northern Ireland. Now, they would have known what England would have done. England won't be able to do anything else past that point. And it could be all important having that little bit of knowledge, knowing exactly what is expected of the teams to proceed through. But it does feel like it's going to be a really tight race coming down to those last few games.
And every leg could matter, which is why the couple England dropped against Gibraltar could prove costly. Now, was going 11 for ball because his opponents want to finish.
81. Poland, you require 142.
Playing it safe. But is Steyer going to play his cards right here? Or he could play it perfectly. And that would have been supersonic from Steyer. It would have been the dream start for him.
Game shot on the
No,
first
instead
leg.
it turns
Team
out
England.
it's the dream start for England. They break the Polish throw, go one to the good. And
second leg,
I will
it's
say
England
now,
to throw
Mervyn
first.
King really has got a bit of a serious look about him.
I don't think, and I know Steve has had his times where he's had his funny moments here, but I don't think I've seen him smile as much as he has done the last 5 days
57.
here.
No, and I think when I went out in the back room earlier, I did say, you know, it's such a nice group of players
81.
together, and the way that they're kind of all, sat around this big, large table, they're getting to know one another.
140.
I know Steve has made a lot of friends here over the last 2.5 years that he's plied his trade here in Portsmouth.
125.
An instant success, won his first week. Made it through to the Champions League, then just kept winning weeks. That was just kind of the story for the best part of the year. Before he then had hip surgery and had to spend some time away. Then had that dream week where he got married to his wife Michelle, and then the following Saturday went on to win the Super Series title. Honeymoon in Portsmouth. And now they're forever home. Forever home.
41.
Yeah, Steve West, my way that deflection hasn't left Mervyn King on a finish.
58.
And we saw Sebastian Steyer threaten the 142. He will come back for the 157. And this is a bit of a disaster at the tail end of this leg for England.
$30. Poland, you require 157.
So Poland here looking at 157. Steyer missed double 11 for the 142 in the previous leg. He's not going to get a look at another big finish here. And so Steve West looking
57.
at 133 to open up a 2-0 lead. Number 19 is not got But he's going to leave his partner on tops
100.
if Masłowski cannot take out the ton. Tops it is. Double 10 for Lucas. Superb from Lucas. Brilliant for Poland. And they're back level at 1-1.
There seems to be a bit of a theme from Poland throughout the week, but the match between these two yesterday was another result that went 4-3 against them.
140.
See another win for Bougries in the development tour in Germany. Just the 4-0 success against Kimi Seemann of Germany. 92.49 average for Bo in that one.
80.
Plenty of Super Series regulars in action. Charlie Manby's just lost out 4-3.
59.
The second event of the day in Hildesheim.
60.
Yeah, they really do rattle through those events. For an event that starts in the 256 to be this deep already into the second tournament, as you mentioned, yeah, it's a well-oiled machine the way they run the tournaments.
48.
Well, those that are setting up that event then get relieved when it gets to Monday because they have to deal with 128 players. That's the easy bit.
60.
I say in inverted commas. Well, Poland here got an opportunity to move their noses in front.
100.
Well, you heard that in the background from Mervyn King. Great darts to his partner, Steve West. And that could just change the trajectory of this leg.
Yeah, just checking. 77 scored, 84 remaining. Needs to try and find a way over the top. Oh, he's going to look at 16s and pulls it low into the 7.
England, you require 121.
So 121, and it's Mervyn King whose shoulders a responsibility for England. Down for treble 17, which gives him a dart at the bullseye. Clips a 25.
96.
Chance of Poland to move in front.
77.
Lucas looking at 77. And now look at a double top.
57.
And so
England, you require
West will
25.
come back. Well, the idea was one double 12, but the execution is treble 1, double 11. England 2-1 to the goods. They get that crucial break.
Full flag, it's England to throw first.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how it goes, as long as that winning double goes in, and it's all smiles at the back of the stage from Steve West. Yeah, shake of the head, because it wasn't a traditional route, let's be honest.
85.
But how many times do we see it when a player hits something nowhere near what they were intending for, and then where they end up, they usually end up hitting?
Yeah, it does happen more often than not. And when you're the player that's just waiting for the next chance, especially when it goes in last start, it just hurts all that little bit more because you think you might just be in with more of a shout. But yeah, like you say, it does tend to go more often than it doesn't.
It's the hope that kills you.
Absolutely.
45.
And it looks like here England have just began to really seize the initiative.
41.
For that score 41, if Steyer can find a couple of trebles here, could be punished upon. And that first dart is begging.
125.
And just like that Duffy song, there is a bit of mercy.
Yeah, but this is the leg. This is the leg for England that they can just put a bit of distance in. But
121.
Poland still playing with pride, trying to act like it. Got that kind of role now as a spoiler for the rest of the group.
.99. England, you require 114.
So 114 for Mervyn King to move 3-1 to the good in this contest. He's going to get a dart, a double top, and that was to create clear daylight between the two teams.
32.
Treble 19 would have left the ball, and now we've got a real chance for England here to put a bit of distance between themselves and Poland.
Double top for West. Oh, they're both hogging the wire.
No score.
All three clip the top of that tops bed, but none of them can find a way through. Mervyn King shakes his head. He cannot believe one of them didn't go in.
Yeah, now does this feel awkward? Has to lift it.
No score. England, you require 40.
And you do tend to throw a little bit tentatively when you've got that kind of position. Double 19, not everyone's favourite. Yeah, Mervyn King now chasing round the board. Double 5 the target. Finds it last start of asking.
That one will just hurt Poland a little bit, being last darted like that, just when they thought maybe they'd get another look at the double 19. But England 3-1 to the good, and now to within a leg of putting themselves onto 12 points. They'd have a slightly better legs difference as well than Northern Ireland to take on the Gibraltar duo in the next game.
128.
I was just taking a quick look. Prior to Mervyn King's migration over to the PDC system, did happen to play in an England squad with him back when I was a youth player, and actually didn't pick up the title in the pairs that year, but the year after, alongside Martin Adams, another regular here, actually picked up the pairs WDF title.
100.
Well, talking about players that serve their country with distinction, there's nobody perhaps in an England shirt anyway that's done it more than Martin Adams.
No, he's always been one of those players very proud to represent his country, captained it.
93.
Yeah, Martin Adams actually had success with a few different players, Tony O'Shea and the late great Andy Fordham.
Tony O'Shea's birthday today. Happy birthday, Tony. I know he does watch the Super Series from time to time, so if you are watching,
60.
hope you're well. I know we're all hoping to see you again soon, pal. Haven't seen him here for a little while, Tony.
54.
Hopefully we will see him back in a playing capacity before too long. Also a dab hand with the microphone in his hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
45. England, you require 126.
He doesn't have to go for it.
101.
But did opt to. And that hasn't been the MO of Mervyn King, so they're obviously feeling quite confident.
Well, if this is a 140, things really do begin to get interesting in this leg.
80.
Well, that is diverted in
England, you
and
require
out.
25.
And that could be all that's written in this contest as Steve West comes back for 25. Made sure the big one this time. And no mistake about the double 12. And England, with back-to-back victories, put themselves back in situ. They move on to 12 points, and they put the pressure on Northern Ireland now, who take on Gibraltar in a couple of moments' time. It looks like it's going to be a three-horse race, and England are very much in it. A 4-1 victory against the Polish pair, Sebastian Steyer and Lukas Vatswarski. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Northern Ireland in action. They take on Gibraltar.
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to Pluto TV and its continuing coverage of Modus Super Series darts on a dedicated 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week channel, the latest addition to Pluto TV's sporting rights portfolio. Plenty of channels if you like your sport on Pluto TV, including a brand new channel focusing on UFC, which is available from 9 o'clock every evening. You can watch classic games from the men's and women's FIFA World Cup. But let's stick with the darts, shall we, as we see Gibraltar and Northern Ireland go head-to-head. Craig Galliardo and Justin Hewitt up against Neil Duff and Richard McKee. Now, in this game yesterday, Northern Ireland won this 4-3, but Gibraltar did have a dart to, or should have had a dart to go on and win this particular contest. It was a tight game on paper. And for the duo of Duff and McKee, they know that a win is of the utmost importance, because before the break they saw England get the better of Poland by 4-1 to move on to 12 points, same as Belgium. And so if Northern Ireland lose this one, then they will be out of the, well, not out of the equation, but they'd have a very, very tall order to try and make it through. The only good thing they would have is a game against Belgium right at the very last to try and sort things out. Now, the good news is I will not have to turn up in a Southampton shirt tomorrow.
It might be good news for you, but possibly not for the teams that were trying to qualify through to the finals night.
I didn't think about it that way. Glenn Doan is right. Me. Hi, Glenn. Hashtag Meekin. Anyway.
60.
Well, this could be the potential worry now for the Gibraltar duo. We talk in jest, but there were signs at the beginning of the game against England. They were just beginning to run out of steam a little bit, and they were kind of allowed back into the contest. Now, if any of that drifts in here, you get the sense that Neil Duff will sense that blood and try and pounce on it.
59. Northern Ireland, you require 96.
He's looking for a treble 20. Disappointed, pulls it low.
38.
Yeah, I agree. There are some players that can really seek out
Northern Ireland, you require 58.
a weakness. And I will say that Gibraltar, they really do wear their hearts on their sleeves. You know how they feel.
Game shot of the first leg, Northern Ireland.
And so Richard McKee, he's the coolest customer on the stage, and he is
Second
taking
leg,
out the opening leg for this Northern Ireland pair.
Game on.
There is just a feeling of dejection, deflation, that the bubble has just burst a little bit for Gibraltar. I suppose the key thing for them is they want to try and finish as high up in the group as possible, because their efforts, they don't want to yield them being bottom of both groups. And in fact, for a long time, they're actually in the conversation of getting out of this group. They will play Poland in their last game, and they will hope they will get a victory there, which would mean that they can come away with a win and come away. Well, they can still finish as high as 4th in the league.
140.
That would provide on them getting a win somewhere, and France losing their last game against England.
100.
Yeah, well, the pair, they are holding their own here in the second leg against Northern Ireland.
60.
And it doesn't take much for the Gibraltar duo to kind of have that bit of a resurgence. It's just that one thing that triggers them each time, and they're just, for me, sometimes a little bit too quick to drop their heads.
$59.
Well, they've got a slender advantage in this leg, but they may be forced to take out the 1-2-6.
84.
Yeah, it's well within their remit.
Require 126.
The way his dance lie, that's awkward. Just moving across the oki. Just checking, it's 2 single 19, so
Northern Ireland, you require 82.
chance here for 2-0.
Just ticking over what's left. 63 remaining, so 13 for the ball. Oh, what a find that is. Because he wouldn't have seen too much of that target just because of the flight of Dart 1. So to find that is a superb find. And Justin Hewitt nods in appreciation. And you even get a glance from Craig Galliano at the back of the stage, who's just trying to keep himself in check.
100. $31. $55.
You would have seen Richard McKee just kind of putting that chalk back on the bottom of his darts just to get that extra bit of grip.
60.
Players do try a lot of different things. There's a lot of stuff out on the market there to try and improve the grip. And as you mentioned earlier, it is warmer in here than it has been all week.
140.
But chalk is just one of those kind of real traditional routes to try and find improvement. Not one that I've ever been particularly fond of, because I actually find it makes it more slippery for me.
Yeah, the temperature rising in more ways than one here in Portsmouth. Not just the climate, but also the way of this group. And if Northern Ireland can win this game 4-0, they would leapfrog England on legs difference. And Neil Duff will be a man that will know about that. Here's someone that will
48.
intrinsically look at every single permutation that is available to him. And at this present moment in time,
Northern
Gibraltar
Ireland
running out of
requires
gas
60.
and they're running out of time. Tops for McKee.
Game's
3-0
on the third
Northern
leg,
Ireland.
Northern Ireland. Fourth leg, it's Gibraltar to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, solid performance from the pair from Northern Ireland. Actually on track to be their best result of the day in terms of the statistics.
100.
3 from 4 on the outer ring, averaging around the 85 mark.
$96. $30. $81.
Well, for Northern Ireland now, and Neil Duff in particular will know this. This is just about finishing off a professional job. In control, cruise control of this contest.
95.
And it's just seeing it home. And it leads to a grandstand finish in this group where even victories for a couple of nations may not be enough. And in fact, the fact that Belgium and Northern Ireland go head-to-head means that one will be on 14. So that will effectively be a shootout to determine who's definitely going to go through. And if England win the next game, then it would be a shootout to see who goes through.
30. Northern Ireland, you require 154.
Yeah, that last visit from McKee just guarantees Neil Duff a chance at the 154. Can't find the Treble 18, but we'll look to tee it up. And again, brilliant setup play to leave 16 after 15.
It's all on this. It's all on this. Craig Galliano!
Team Gibraltar.
That's a Hail Mary and a half. And that just stemmed to Northern Ireland tide somewhat. They probably thought they were coming back to win it 4-zip. They had been forced to serve it out. And a little flick on the ear by his teammate. A flick of the ear, but is that a kick up the proverbial backside for Northern Ireland?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they respond. I mean, there's no panic. Northern Ireland now do have the darts, but it was an exceptional finish, and it came from absolutely nowhere, and it just goes to show it's a real testament to the character of the Gibraltar pair. Never give up when they're up there.
85.
Well, Gibraltar made it hard work from 3-0 up for England. They picked off a couple of legs. And we should mention how important that is, because if Northern Ireland won that 4-0, they would have got the leapfrog of England on legs difference going into the final round. And to reiterate that, here's the live in-play table.
59.
12 points apiece for Belgium, England and Northern Ireland. Remember, the top two make it through. France will not make it into finals night. Neither will Gibraltar in 5th position. And then bringing up the rear in this group is Poland with 4 points from 9 games.
$85.
Craig Galliano had his moment, but is Neil Duff going to hoist him with his own petard? We saw the 1-3-4 on the previous leg for Gibraltar. Are we going to see it from Northern Ireland? Yes, we are!
And the match, Northern Ireland.
Anything you could do, I can do just as well. And for Northern Ireland, they are right in the mix going into the final round of fixtures. And the chemistry between this Northern Irish pair are beginning to really bear fruit as the group comes to a close. A really good performance that. Average just under 90. 4 from 5 on the doubles, a 1-3-4 apiece. Really, really good contest that. Really enjoyable watch. To the final round then. England can make it through with victory against France. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're heading into our final round of action here at the Live Lounge Report. So this is what we've seen for the last three. Saw Northern Ireland beat Gibraltar 4-1. England get the better of Poland by the same scoreline, whilst Belgium beat France by 4-0. So the last three games see England take on France, Belgium take on Northern Ireland, Gibraltar finish off against Poland. This is how the table looks. Belgium were bottom of the table at the beginning of the day, but they're top of it going into the final round. England with a victory would be through. It means that Belgium against Northern Ireland would be an effective shootout for position. It is all very tight. It's a 3-horse race, but only two can make it through to Saturday's finale here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But England are into bat now. Mervyn King and Steve West take to the hockey up against Nico Tullier and Jacques Labre of France. The last time we'll see this pairing in action this week. They've blessed us with a little bit of je ne sais quoi at points, but it's going to be nil point as far as their hopes of making it through to the finale is concerned. But one more look at the French pair with the angry penguin on the back of their shirt as they take on King and West, hoping to book a berth through to Saturday night's final, where
First leg,
in
it's
a
England
quirky twist of fate, they will be cheered on by the Jimmy Van Schie army.
Game on.
Yeah, Mervyn King kicks it off for England. Looking for the perfect start and almost got it.
140.
But England do need to be wary about this French pair. They got the better of Northern Ireland earlier on today in a really tight battle. Edged them out 4-3. They do have the quality, they do have the calibre. It just hasn't all quite come together for France. It's been kind of a day of two halves, isn't it, for England? They lost their opening couple of matches and really found themselves from being in that very strong position overnight to being a bit on the back foot. And the one thing I will say, they've got their own fate in their hands now. That is the only thing you can ask for as a player. But they just need to see it out if they've got any chance of qualifying.
Well, they've made it unnecessarily difficult for themselves, haven't they? And not just in terms of those opening couple of defeats. Even in the couple of games they've won, they've at times lent an olive branch to the opposition. The game against Gibraltar a couple of matches ago, they raced 3-0 up. They lost a couple of legs. Against Poland, they made life a little bit awkward for a leg or so, but able to get over the line.
And I think what I've seen from them, and it's great to see, you mentioned it before, Steve West obviously smiling in the back and things, but they have a tendency maybe when they're in a really controlling and commanding position just to kind of take their foot off the gas, relax into it. And it just hasn't quite worked today, not as efficiently as it did yesterday.
But you get the sense if they do make it through, if they do win this game, that it will be a completely different feel for them tomorrow night.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Saturday nights, they've always got that different feeling. It really does feel very much more like kind of knockout darts, but it'll be in front of a packed house as well.
54.
And what it would do is it put both Mervyn King and Steve West 2/3 of the way towards completing the Super Series Triple Crown, winning a regular week, winning a specials week. Then all they would then need to do is win a Champions Week to complete the set of honours.
That's all.
37. England you require
nothing much.
Just the biggest one we've got. Double top.
33. France you require 74.
Slip into the 11, so just the one dart at the ball.
49. England you require 20.
Doesn't go, and so West is back for double 10 to take out the opening leg, and no mistake whatsoever there. England the leg up.
Second leg, it's France to throw first. Game on.
Well, for Nico Tullier, somebody that hasn't really graced the TV screen so much in his career. He's had a couple of appearances at the BDO World Masters at the beginning of the previous decade, but nothing tangible in recent times. Real opportunity to showcase his
43.
talents in front of the cameras, and good to see Jacques Labre back in this particular building.
Yeah, France, they've acquitted themselves well, and earlier on today they did keep themselves in contention, but it was that match against Belgium, suffering that 4-0 defeat, that put paid to any chances of making it through to Saturday's finals.
59.
Am I allowed one more fun fact?
Can I stop you?
No.
There we go then.
Well, one last fun fact on France. It is known as
81.
l'hexagone. Because of its shape, France is also known as the hexagon. And French people often use this nickname when talking about their country.
$123.
So, it's known as the hexagon, and French people often use this nickname when talking about their country. In fact, the
54.
shape of France can be drawn in a six-sided shape, with which children learn to draw their own country from an early age at school. From north to south and from west to east, France is about 1,000 kilometres long, with a diameter of 1,000 kilometres. Nobody can stop me from telling a story.
100.
Well, the story at the moment is England 1-0 to the good in a match that if they win, they will guarantee their spot
France
through
require
to the
140.
finals tomorrow.
Now single these tops. Tops is what's going to be
100.
left,
England
unless
require 116.
Steve West here can find a ton plus checkout. Single 19, leaves tops. Superb.
Second leg.
Just when it
Team
looked like the French are going to play themselves back into this match, Steve West stops the counter-attack by pinning a
Third leg,
116
it's England to throw
checkout. And
first.
England 2-0 to
Game
the
on.
good, and halfway now towards tomorrow night's final.
$81.
Yeah, this match was England's opening encounter yesterday.
95.
Was England at 1-4-2. How much they'd like any result for England that goes with the number 4, but I will say the pair, they've really upped it in the last match.
Just doing the job they need to do right now are England. As for France, it's been a very up and down couple of days. So we've seen a couple of decent performances from them, but I think there'll be a couple of matches they'll look at and think
55.
things could have just been a little bit different.
Yeah, a couple that got away, and I think there'll probably be the likes of Poland and Gibraltar that will also look back and think the same, especially Poland had so many 4-3 results go in the wrong direction.
But England now looking to charge.
100.
That 116 they hope is the straw that broke the back as far as this French team is concerned.
22.
And they
England
look like a team
require
now that
85.
have been left a little bit punch drunk. King looking at 85. 17. Not to be.
29.
Yeah, not the setup that England were quite looking for, but no real damage done. But could be a bit of pressure on the 56.
108.
And there will be
England require
first maximum of the
56.
match for France. But it's tops, and Steve West has been really efficient on the doubles.
36. France require 87.
I don't quite know what happened there, but the smile is not on the Steve West face right now. But luckily for him, his teammate Mervyn King is going to come back for double 10 to open up a 3-0 advantage.
Game shot on the third leg.
And 3-0 it is to England. And there is just air of friction on that stage. Jacques Larber shakes his head.
Game on.
Steve West, steely-eyed, looking on in the corner. Whatever happened at the end of the previous leg has added some frivolity to this contest.
57. $140.
Yeah, there's a real steely look on both the guys from England.
100. $140.
Well, England now closing in. And whatever happened at the end of that second leg has just brought England and sprung England into life.
45.
It's kind of what we referred to earlier, isn't it? We've seen the fun and the frivolity and all of that side of things, but when push comes to shove, these players, they need to get their head down. They've got a job
43.
to do. They want to make it through to finals night and get the opportunity to play in front of a really big crowd that we're expecting here tomorrow night at the Live Lounge.
Well, it certainly added
40.
a focus towards this England performance, and in particular Steve West, who again has a look as Jacques Larber heads back down the hockey, and he has a couple of choice words as well. He's not happy, but he's letting his darts do the talking
85.
here. And whatever was the grievance, Jacques Larber puts his arm out, and hopefully that's the end of that particular predicament.
96.
But on the board, England now
require 93.
looking to finish off this 93. And if they can finish off this match, then they will head through to tomorrow night's final here at International Pairs. And it's Mervyn King who is stepping forward, stepping to the plate, and has the responsibility not to be this time.
53.
But by way of that last score, France not actually on a finish, so Steve West has the opportunity here to take the honours, put England through to tomorrow's finals.
The host nation will be in the final of International Pairs. England have qualified through courtesy of a 4-0 success against France. At times a tempestuous affair, and Steve West hitting that winning double, which has sealed England's place through. They get the better of France by 4-0. At times it was a little bit rocky for England today, but they've got the job done. The next game is a straight shootout. Belgium up against Northern Ireland to see who the other nation through is going to be. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van
Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Now, England have qualified their way through to the final of international pairs. 14 points is good enough for the duo of Steve West and Mervyn King to make it through. And the next game between Belgium and Northern Ireland will determine who will join them in the Saturday night showpiece. As you can see, both on 12 points, but this a effective eliminator to see who will make it through. It's winner stays on territory here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The victor will have one more day of darts on the south coast. The loser will be eliminated and they will head back to their respective nations empty-handed. It's Richard McKee and Neil Duff of Northern Ireland up against Brian Roman and Janty van den Berg of Belgium. And in this meeting yesterday, it was Northern Ireland that took the spoils, a 4-2 victory against Belgium, but it's a very different looking Belgium side. And ever since Brian Roman has kind of relinquished the captain's role and allowed Janty van den Berg to throw first in legs, there's certainly been an upturn in terms of the Belgian performance. And it's been a winning formula, but is it going to be a winning formula that can get them over the line and into Saturday?
Well, that is the question, isn't it? I mean, out of every pair today, I think the most likely have actually looked like Belgium, despite the position that they came in. They're now on for a 7th consecutive win. They've picked up 4 already today. They picked up the last 2 yesterday. So this would be win number 7. And it is this win that would take them over the line. They really have battled hard to get themselves back into this kind of position. But yeah, Northern Ireland, to me, you know, they're going to be dogged. They're going to be determined. You've got them fronted there by Neil Duff, and he'll know exactly what is at stake.
If anybody has been in this situation as many times as anybody else, it has been Neil Duff, needing a result to secure progression through here at the Super Series. For Richard McKee and Janty van den Berg, yes, Richard did make it through Group C last time. This will feel more uncharted territory. You've got 2 experienced campaigners who know what it's like to get the job done against 2 players that
60.
are still fairly new to this stage set environment. We mentioned earlier how Neil Duff's the type of player that relishes in these pressure cooker environments. You tell him something can't happen, he'll prove you wrong, and this might well be the perfect storm for him.
Northern Ireland, you require 136.
And it is Northern Ireland with the first chance. Now just looking to set up and pop one over the top of those
60.
Two. Just overcooked it slightly.
But they have got a huge advantage in this first leg. Belgium haven't quite got out the traps as they would have liked.
140.
But that 140 will leave Roman on 2 data if Neil Dove cannot convert this 76. He's going to get a dart in his hand. A double top to strike first. And strike first of a break.
Northern Ireland.
And this will be the match where you will see the big
Second
reactions.
leg, it's Northern Ireland to throw first. Game on.
For Northern Ireland, it's the culmination of 2 days' play. But for Belgium, they've been here since Monday. This is 5 days' worth of effort, and it all comes down to one single game.
60.
It all comes down to this for both of these nations. National pride on the line. And also some prize money at stake because making it through to Saturday,
95.
there is extra prize money on offer for the players. Your positioning in the groups and then where you face off in the semi-finals and the final will have prize money attached to it on top of putting the flag of your nation on your shoulders. And if you win the whole thing, then you're probably going to be back representing your nation the next time around. You'd think.
54.
Yeah, not much between these two
58.
at the moment, but that could be a bit of a let-in there for Belgium.
100.
Would have loved a second treble there, but a ton does leave them first 2 are finished. But how handy can Neil leave this, Sir Richard?
100. Belgium, you
1 or 2
require
data, and at the very least, you're going to go with the ball. If the 147 doesn't go, which is ironic on the week where the
59.
World Snooker Championship culminated. And if Richard finds a couple of big numbers here, we'll ask the question, where's the bullseye going?
Game shot on the second
That's where it's
leg,
going.
Northern Ireland.
Right in the middle of the bed. 2-0 Northern Ireland.
Third leg, it's Belgium to throw first. Game on.
Well, there goes my John Virgo impression.
85.
Snooker's definitely a sport I shouldn't try. At least commentating on anyway.
Oh, I did enjoy the recent
100.
coverage of the World Championships.
100. $60.
And I don't know. Obviously, there is a tension to this match because there's so much on stake, but
42.
so much at stake. But it doesn't feel as tense as some of the other battles that we've seen. Both play. I just think there's both teams just full of focus.
92.
Well, for all the fun of this week, this is where the stakes are raised. And because of the scenario, the fact it's a knockout match, it's not one team that are playing a final
94.
game and maybe looking to enjoy the experience against somebody that need a result. They both have that same sense of urgency against one another. Which is why the water has very much changed colour over the last few minutes.
Yeah, by way of the Northern Ireland team taking the opening leg, it stopped that run that they were on because the games before it was 3 consecutive matches where they'd run out 4-0 winners. They've kind of stopped that, and it's how the Belgian pair now recover.
32. Belgium, you require 46.
Well, a chance, but a chance which has to be taken. The first darts they've had at a double in this contest.
On the third leg,
and the
Team
double
Belgium.
16 is found by their skipper, Brian O'Man. Back to 2-1. But Northern Ireland, having got the break
Fourth
in
leg,
the
it's
opening
Northern
leg,
Ireland to throw
are
first.
looking to cash in that
Game on.
advantage here.
$100. 93.
Yeah, whatever the result here in this match, one team will be bitterly disappointed because whilst they've had various, very differing campaigns, they have both battled hard to get to this point. Northern Ireland, I know, would have been
100.
Unhappy with the fact that they just lost those last 2 matches after winning the first 3 yesterday, and it's just been a bit of a mixed bag for them today, whereas Belgium have battled hard.
And you have to say as well, Northern Ireland are saving their best performance of the day for last. It's been a little bit in and out at times, and I think both Neil and Richard would be
39.
the first to admit that. But averaging here, 91.68, doubling half decent as well. When it's mattered, they are coming up clutch.
140.
And they're in a great position now to move into a 3-1 lead.
And this is what Richie McKee has done really, really well. Those big shots right at the tail end of
99.
legs just to leave
Northern Ireland, you
a 2-dart
require
checkout.
82.
Done it once again here. And it's single 17 for tops. To stretch the lead to 3-1.
Fourth leg.
Very well
Northern Ireland.
taken.
1 leg away.
Fifth leg, it's Belgium to throw first.
For Belgium, they have to leave it and lay a torn on the line here. Their campaign is reliant on a comeback. But Northern Ireland have opened up doors. They've also
45.
dealt in comebacks today. It's been a real up and down tide. Remember that game against Poland early on today where we saw Northern Ireland just
96.
scrape over the line eventually.
$93.
How important will that last start prove? Belgium have the initiative here in the 5th leg.
96.
Even if they hold, they're going to have to try and find a way of breaking Northern Ireland, and that's proven to be rather difficult so far.
Well, the only good thing about this situation is they're 3-1 down the right way, so they only need to break once to win the game. But it's very easy to say that when you're sat up here. It's very
95.
difficult to execute it when you're on the stage. But the first part of the job looks set to be completed. 6 starts on 95 to reduce the arrears to 3-2.
Require 95.
Now just looking to set up. Treble 20
55.
would have left double 8, but time is on their side.
Shake of the head from Neil Duff. Another straight to the treble 5. Seen a couple of them today.
42.
And now move
Belgium
into the
require
single 7.
40.
This may well be a concession as the man looks at double 10.
Fifth leg.
Well,
Team
this is the
Belgium.
leg, isn't it? The leg where Northern Ireland have the darts to get the job done and to seal their place
Sixth
through to the
leg, it's
final.
Northern Ireland to
If
the
Belgium
first.
can find a break, they will
Game
have
on.
the darts in the last. You feel like this potentially could be a bit of a kingmaker.
$59.
Opening gambit there from Northern Ireland comes up without a treble 20. Without a big treble at all. And now
100.
Santi just looking to capitalise.
It's one of those scenarios where you almost don't look at Brian and Neil as the captains. You kind of look at Janti and Richard, how they're going to react to this type of environment, this type of atmosphere, and this type of moment.
Yeah, in this situation, you're kind of hopeful that the more experienced players will just be steady and stable, and it's what the other players can bring to the game.
131.
And scores of 1-1 for the Belgian pair.
125. Belgium, you require 170.
Well, we've already seen one of these today. We're going to see another. Oh, what a
Game
time.
shot on the sixth
What a
leg.
time to
Team
reel in the
Belgium.
fish. And the last spot through Group C will go
Seventh
down
and
to a
final
one-leg
leg. It's
shootout.
Belgium to throw
What
first.
timing from Brian Oman, stepping up like you'd expect a skipper to.
95.
Yeah, Neil Duff still shaking his head and a little bit of disbelief there, but it did happen. It's the second big fish of the day, and they've both gone to Belgium.
Bookending the day with big fish finishes.
43.
But has that knocked the stuffing out of Northern Ireland? That's going to be the big question we're about to find out here.
97.
That really deliberate action of Richard McKee put to good use there. Finds a 2 treble visit.
94.
You get the sense that this is going to be a last leg which goes all the way towards the finishing post. But a lot depends on this visit here from Neil Duff. Needs to find a treble here, you feel.
6.
Cannot do it. And so Belgium, who remember we're 3-1 behind in this contest, have 6 starts and 215 to complete a 4-3 win, which would put their place into the finals tomorrow evening.
Yeah, what a score to find under all that pressure just to keep
Belgium
themselves within
115.
touching distance of Belgium. But it's Belgium with the first chance here.
But Shanti van den Bergen able to find the 155, and so
Northern Ireland, you require
an opportunity
118.
now for Northern Ireland and for Neil Duff. Tops of the match.
98.
Just underneath. And so Brian Oman has a chance to seal the
40.
Belgian comeback.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort. Brian Mann now chasing the double round the board, but it is Belgium that get across the line in the end, 4 legs to 3. Yeah, real disappointment for Northern Ireland, and obviously Neil Duff not happy with the outcome in the end, but a magnificent 170 was a real skin saver for Belgium from Brian Roman. Just having a conversation. You can understand it's you're playing for your country and it can be quite disappointing, but overall, Belgium, what a comeback for them. They were the bottom of the table, and now they are making their way through to Saturday's finals. And there you see the average. It was a great performance from both, but it was the checkout percentages. Really nothing much in between them. But we do have one more game left, and Gibraltar will be facing Poland.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes going to be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
Shot and the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
To the Modus Super Series, where we have just seen Belgium beat Northern Ireland, and there's confirmation of the table. That win for Belgium over Northern Ireland, that put them on 14 points and confirmed their place into Saturday's finals. They join England, who actually topped the table in the end, very narrowest of margins by legs one. Northern Ireland in third position, France, Gibraltar and Poland at the tail end of the table. Well, we can pop over to Henry, who's gone down to meet the pair from Belgium who've just reigned victorious over Northern Ireland.
Ryan Janty, many congratulations into tomorrow night, but boy, you two like to do it the hard way, don't you?
Yeah, it was a hard way to do it. I think we've been very unfortunate yesterday, and today we have been a bit lucky. We played some good stuff today as well, but I think overall everything clicked together today, and that's what helped us.
What in particular, Janty, do you think has clicked in this side over the last couple of days?
Just us. We're always believing in each other, and it didn't go our way the first day. The first three games, it didn't go our way, but we made it right today.
And in particular, some of the finishing, a 170 apiece.
Yeah, it's very nice, isn't it? Yeah, this one was very important. If I don't hit this, then it's probably curtains for us. But yeah, that's what I do. Just important finishes at important moments.
In terms of that game against Northern Ireland, how did you conjure up the spirit to come back from 3-1 and turn it around?
Believing in each other. He's my best mate, always. And we fight every game for each other. Even if we're 3-0 down at this moment, we always fight for each other. And that's what we did at the moment, and that's why we are through now.
So, to tomorrow. Now, you've been involved in Saturdays here at the Super Series, and I know that you'll be the first to say that by now you would love to have won a week in this building.
Yeah.
How much would it add an extra carrot if you're able to do that with your teammate by your side and then doing it for your country?
That would be amazing. It's the first International Pairs Week that you have, and winning something that is for the first time, that's just class. If you can do that, that will be top of the list that I have already.
Well, many congratulations, both of you. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Thank you,
man.
Yeah, good to hear from them. Really did fight back after the disappointment of losing those first few opening games in Group C yesterday afternoon, and then remained unbeaten throughout the rest of their campaign. But now all eyes turn to the final match in Group C. It's Poland, and they'll be taking on Gibraltar. Poland find themselves at the bottom of the table on 4 points, and probably think themselves rather unlucky to be in that position, because they have had a handful of results go the distance, 4 legs to 3, but they've just been on the wrong side of them. Just above them is Gibraltar on 6 points. They've picked up the 3 wins, just the 1 win today. It was an emphatic win. It was to open up their campaign today. It was a 4-2 win over France with one of their best posted averages of 90. Now, they also did open up proceedings yesterday in the way that the groups work. It's played in reverse order on the second day, and it was, again, the Gibraltars that beat the Polish pair 4-1, and how much they'd like to bookend their campaign once again today. Just now playing for their partners and playing for that little bit of national pride, and it's Justin Hewitt of Gibraltar to get us underway.
134. $81.
It's been a bit of a break since we've last seen Poland. It was a good 4 games ago when they
43.
They came unstuck against England, losing 4-1. But I think by that point, they'd suffer those disappointments of the games earlier on in the afternoon.
57.
They'd been narrowly defeated, and at one point, Poland, they were 3-0 up and were again
58.
just the wrong side of a 4-3 result.
$100.
I'm pleased to say that Henry has hot-footed it back up from the interview room into commentary.
Hello again. I'll tell you what,
58.
I'm getting there in record time these days. I'll have to get one of those Fitbit things, I think.
Yeah, there are a few steps in the live lounge.
However, this was one step beyond the reach, wasn't it, of both of these nations. There was a time today where Gibraltar really did put themselves in the mix when they got the better of France 4-2 and they
60.
got themselves off to a decent footing. You thought maybe, just maybe, something could yield their way. It didn't quite work out for the pairing of Craig Galliano and Justin Hewitt.
59.
But
Gibraltar
they got a
require
chance here to take the lead. Now, they
148.
did win this game 4-1 yesterday. And if they do the double over Poland, it means they picked up 8 points in the group, having done the double over both them and France.
45. Poland you require 104.
It's Batswarski.
$66.
A narrow miss and a wry smile from the Hound.
103.
A miss from the Hound, but is this going to be sound as a pound? No, it's not from
43.
Justin Hewitt.
Poland you require 38. Game shot on the
16
first
is
leg.
found,
Team
and
Poland.
Poland find themselves a leg to the good.
Second leg, it's Poland to throw first. Game on.
Well, we see this a few times, don't we, in a Group C setting, the end of the group and the end of a week, and two teams that have had their battle scars and the battle lines drawn, and they're playing for pride, they're playing for national pride, but this is possibly the worst position in which you could play a match in, knowing that whatever you do, it means nothing.
$55.
Well, that's the thing. You do keep yourself going, especially in a pair situation. You're still playing for each other as much as you're playing for yourself and playing to wear the shirt.
$100. $134.
For that 1-3-4 leaves Gibraltar first to finish in this second leg. Looking to get the break back and level up at 1-1.
$108. Gibraltar require 167.
There's a little bit of pressure on the 167.
$95. Poland you require 108.
So 108 for Sebastian Steyer to open up a 2-0 lead for Poland. But he's missed the big number, and has he missed a trick as a consequence?
67.
Yeah, missed two big numbers.
72.
Tops for Gibraltar.
32. Poland, you require 41.
So it's Vatswarski looking at double 16. Craig Galliardo shakes his head. Expects this to go.
9.
But don't trust any tarot card he reads.
Gibraltar, you require 40.
He comes back for tops to break back at level up at 1 apiece.
30. Poland, you require 32.
Double 16. Steyer returning to the board.
Game shot
And
on
he
the second
finds
leg.
2-0
Team
it
Poland.
is. Well, who's going to finish 5th? That's
Third
the big
leg, it's
question mark
Gibraltar
in
to
this
throw
particular
first.
game.
Game on.
Yeah, that's it.
96.
I think anyone will tell you when you come into these round robin stages, ultimately there is someone that has to finish bottom of the group, but you do hope if you're not in a position to qualify, then it's not you at the bottom as well. So, you know, there is still that to play for.
$96.
Gibraltar need just the one leg to ensure they finish 5th. A 4-0 defeat would mean that Poland would be leapfrogging them and Gib would
46.
be bottom of the table. In matter of fact, Gibraltar's first ever competitive
43.
international match was against Poland back in 2014. And no, that doesn't go down as a fun fact.
140.
That's an inviting first start.
140.
Just lost a little bit of form on the third, but puts them in a good position to try and secure that leg and secure 5th place.
100. Gibraltar, you require 126.
So 126 for Justin Hewitt to reduce the gap back down to 2-1, not to be on this occasion. And so Steyer will be back for
Poland, you require
150 to get the double break and to open up a 3-0 lead.
$99. Gibraltar, you require
Tidies it up
68.
nicely, but Galliano, great first. Double 4, double 2.
64.
Well, they
Poland,
can't
you
say they haven't had
require
their chances
16.
in this game. 6 opportunities squandered at a double, and this is for 3-0.
Game
And
shot
3-0
on the
it
third
is.
leg. Team Poland.
And Poland are in cruise control, and they have the darts here to finish their campaign with
Fourth leg,
victory.
it's Poland to throw first. Game on. $60. $60.
Whilst the Gibraltar pair of Galliano and Hewitt, they may be disappointed with the outcome and some of the results. There is so much they can take from this experience.
100.
And I think for them, it's been a real eye-opener. Obviously, they've been around big stages and that for quite a while now. But just some of the other things that they've been doing this week, they've been to a couple of local
41.
competitions in between play. And I think it was an eye-opener as to what's available here and then back over at Gibraltar, what there is subsequently. I mean, the most regular darts they play is in a Super League team, which both Justin and Craig play together in. So the opportunity to play at this level, and Justin mentioned it in his interview this morning, it's few and far between. So you could tell there's talent there, but they haven't been given the opportunities. They haven't got the opportunity back home to play this kind of clientele on a regular enough basis.
100.
You could kind of align it, couldn't you, with what we're seeing on the women's series. Now that we're playing each other at that kind of consistent and competitive level, you're seeing the level step up. And
100. Poland,
that's
you
the
require
opportunity playing here
101.
gives to other players.
Well, we saw a bit of a Hail Mary effort from Gibraltar in the previous game, too, with the 134 from Galliano, but we're not going to see the 160 here from Justin Hewitt, and so this is to bring to a close the group. And it would mean that Poland would move off bottom place. It's double top for Lucas. 2 10s. Doesn't go, and Gibraltar are back. And if they take out this ton, they will guarantee that they will finish 5th no matter what happens.
We saw Galliano take up that magnificent 134 in the leg they picked up against Northern Ireland, but not going to add a ton to the collection.
Required 10.
So 2 5s to round it off. Doesn't go. Score. Gibraltar get another look in.
Require 40.
Well, he's getting closer, but he cannot find a way in.
Poland require 10.
Yeah, and a sarcastic thumbs up as Vasvarski looks at double 5.
And finds double 5. And Poland finish off their campaign with a 4-0 win. For Gibraltar, they've given many smiles and they've made many friends this week. But it wasn't to be in the end after what was a positive start to Friday. As for Poland, the pairing of Lukas Vasvarski and Sebastian Steyr, well, they ensure they finish 5th. That's the tail of the tape from the final game of the session. Well, we know that England are through, we know Belgium are through, we know Scotland made it through on Wednesday. 3 more will make it through tonight to tomorrow evening's finale in front of a packed out crowd here on the south coast of England. In Group C. Before the break, we saw Poland get the better of Gibraltar by 4-0. The Polish pairing of Sebastian Steyr and Lukas Vasvarski get the better of Craig Galliano and Justin Hewitt. But the big game was that game second from home on that page. Brian O'Man and Janty van den Berg getting the better of Neil Duff and Richard McKee for 3. At times, a tempestuous affair. Brian O'Man pinning a 170 finish to get Belgium back on level terms. They did trail 3-1 in that game for winning 4-3. England made it through with a 4-0 win against France. And this is how the table looks come the end of things. England top of the group from Belgium in second position. Northern Ireland narrowly miss out. France, Poland and Gibraltar, the other 3 teams in that particular group. We've been watching all of the darts this afternoon, all the dramatic tension of this afternoon in the company of Laura Turner. Let's begin with Belgium and that game against Northern Ireland, and in particular the 170 from Brian O'Man. To do that under that kind of pressure, your team are trailing, everything's on the line. That takes a lot of character and a lot of bottle. Yeah, absolutely. And I think Brian said to you in that interview post-match, it was a shot that he felt he had to take because
Northern Ireland, the way they were playing, they were sat there on 1-2-7 and they were ready to pounce and make their move. So yeah, it absolutely showed nerves of steel. And what more can you ask for? It's the biggest finish you could possibly have. Tied it up at 3 apiece, and I think it just really played with the minds of the Northern Irish pair.
And it's interesting, there was a point yesterday where the Belgian pair decided to swap the order. So Brian threw second, Janty threw first. And ever since that point, they've looked like a rejuvenated, revitalised team.
Yeah, sometimes the order you throw in, that's just, it just can work for you. But yeah, again, I just think that, that some of the results just didn't quite go their way. They were a bit unfortunate early on yesterday. The doubles were an issue for them, tightened that up. But hey, if you think, the order that you're playing in, if that's key to your success, then there is no reason for the Belgians to change it tomorrow.
And the fact that both players are so in sync with one another, and it was interesting. I was speaking to Janty in the interview after the end, and I said, "What was the key point? What's the key in the dynamic?" And he said, "Well, it's our friendship. We kind of know exactly what we are." And I suppose because they know each other so well, they can have that conversation and say, "Look, Brian, this ain't working," or Brian goes, "Right, you go in." Like it's a natural conversation. There could be no awkwardness about it, I suppose.
Yeah, we've touched on it quite a few times. I think when you are more familiar with the partner that you're playing with, and you're comfortable, playing with darts with them as well, that is conducive to getting the best out of each other. You want to play well for not just yourself, but you want to play well for your partner as well, and that's what we started to see. Just something clicked for them yesterday, and I just think they started hitting those doubles, and when they started flowing, then the Belgian pair never looked back.
In terms of England, it was a stuttery start to the day, but they were able to get the job done that they needed to.
Yeah, and theirs was a bit less dramatic in the end, wasn't it? Because they secured their position by winning that very last game. They just about did they did more than enough yesterday, and then just about did enough to make sure that the win over France would secure them that position. But yeah, it did look a bit tentative at times. They really did drop down the table.
Is it a case of tomorrow night being completely different for them? That some of the things we saw today, it would just be a different story for them tomorrow night?
I think so. It's got that feel, and it hasn't of knockout darts. We've had success. Steve West obviously knows what it's all about on a finals night. Of Mervyn King, although he's relatively new to the Modus Super Series, again, he also knows how to pick up a title here too. So yeah, I think tomorrow it's going to be much more focused, much more what you saw in that last match, because we had a bit of joviality, we had a bit of laughter throughout the week, and you have to have that in a pairs tournament. But when it came to the business end, as we saw in the last few matches, it was very much head down and all about business.
In terms of Northern Ireland, that's kind of smart, isn't it? And you could tell in particular, Neil Duff was playing with his heart on his sleeve. We know how proud he is to represent his country, but it just wasn't quite to be for him and Richard this week. No,
absolutely not. And he had a real battle in that match against the Gibraltar pair, because it was actually Craig Galliano hit the 1-3-4 finish just beforehand. Then Neil checks out the 1-3-4, and it was very much laying down that marker. And they brought that confidence into the match. And I think what will also hurt the Northern Ireland pair, obviously one, not to be in the final stages to represent their country, but also the fact they led 3-1 in that last match against Belgium. So it's disappointing and unfortunate, but that is the way it goes sometimes.
In terms of the other nations, I feel like Gibraltar would be a little bit disappointed after the positive start they made. In terms of Poland, they got that last win, and for France, it felt very stop-start for them.
Yeah, we've seen some of the best games from those three today, to be fair. We had the 90 average from Gibraltar in the very first game. We also saw the 90 average from France, and we saw some quite strong comprehensive wins, but it was just stringing it all together. And I think when those top three teams really started to pull away, you could just see the heads drop of some of the other players, and it's really hard to just keep that motivation going when you know it is an uphill struggle. So yeah, there's so much that all three pairs can take away from here. But yeah, I think just maybe they'll look back on it and feel that there's certain games that just got away from them.
Well, Laura, thank you very much for your company. As ever, I shall see you again tomorrow night. Before we leave you, let's have a look at the tournament bracket then as we head into the final night of qualification for the week. Scotland qualified through Group A on Wednesday afternoon dramatically. England and Belgium made it through today. And then tonight, three from the combination of Germany, Ireland, Kenya, Netherlands and Wales will make it through into the finale. That's going to be with you from 10 o'clock tonight. Chris Murphy is going to be in the chair for that, and there's plenty coming up across Pluto TV before the action gets underway. Coming up next, it's the Tungsten Talk. It is the Champions Edition, where we'll be hearing from the Series 5 champ Jim McEwen and the Series 7 champ Andreas Harrison, talking about their successes here at the Super Series. Then we're back tonight from 10 o'clock to see Group B, the second session of that, and then it'll build up to the final tomorrow evening. 7:30 we get underway for the final of international pairs, and then we have bonus darts for you on Sunday afternoon from 12 o'clock. It's the Influencer Showdown, and that's going to be live on Pluto TV for you from 12 p.m. But that is it from us. Thank you so much for your company. It is England and Belgium who have made it through to finals night tomorrow. The final 3 spots will be available tonight. We'll see you later. Bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!